Morning, everybody. Hey. All right, we'll start out with the board of minutes.
I'll move to accept the minutes.
I second it.
Any public comment? All in favor?
Do you have public comment?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Pass. Correspondence. First things from our bridge experts is that if people want to look at bridges and give us estimates and stuff, it's from DCI. Next one is Willow Rock Inc. It's a pre-request from Great West Engineering to satisfy FERC requirements did the monitoring survey at Georgetown Lake Dam 8/5/22. All the stuff's on the back 2 pages from Hans Morrison. Next is from Ralph Franklin. It's on Department of Agriculture, Forest Service has instructed the county to redesignate their allocation for the comment on the correspondence.
I do on this for the SRS payments. What does this mean?
On the second page, it's looking like they show us what.
So it says to reallocate.
This, here, I just. Oh, one more. Sorry. Can't hardly read it.
Well, I know that's what we're getting, but what does it mean by reallocate? It's saying something that this will be the first time in 10 years these allocations have been opened up for changes. So I guess, is it something that we need to discuss? Or is this just something?
Well, I think
Because,
we need to talk to them about and see if they're short, the SR, if it's they're lowering it on that, I'm not quite sure. I read it, but I don't quite understand it.
okay, because this is that one thing where they enacted the fact that we could set up its own fund. And we chose not to, so I guess we keep our allocations the same. Is that
That's the way I understood it.
without
It's hard to,
saying anything?
it's hard to understand it. I read it.
Okay, I also have some correspondence by a telephone call from John Grooms pertaining to what we're letting out for water and
Talk
would
about
like,
that during the.
Hmm?
I think we should talk about that.
I was
during
just
the-
gonna say, I will discuss it further when we have, it's on our agenda.
Me too.
Okay. I just wanted to say I received a phone call from John and was enlightened.
Okay. Any other stuff on correspondence? All right, we're into public comment. Maria, come up and state your name and what.
Maria Stoffler, and I am currently the CEO, but I'm on administrative leave. So I wanted to update the commissioners that the hospital is currently under different leadership right now. I was recently placed on administrative leave because the board vice chairman demanded that I suspend an employee over a false allegation, one of our own employees. And the false accusation was made by a traveler who's friends with the board vice chairman. I told him I wouldn't violate policy and employment law. You can't suspend someone without reason. And so instead, they put me on administrative leave and they suspended the employee. And as they escorted me out the building, interestingly enough, the traveler, the one who made the false accusation, was waiting outside the building and was brought in and immediately designated the director of nursing. And the board's vice chairman made himself the CEO. And this happens maybe 10 days ago or so. So just to let you know that I won't be here reporting on the hospital. I'm hoping to get this worked out and resolved. But
Wow.
that's the current state. So if you're hearing rumor, at least you have the other
Alright.
side of the story.
There's so many damn rumors. I just.
Oh, so you'll know if you send me an email and I don't respond. I've been locked out of
Oh,
the network.
okay.
So we'll see where that goes.
I guess just keep us updated on what's going on so we know what's happening.
So do you have any questions for me?
I
I guess this is something that we wouldn't really discuss, right?
No, it's just an
Okay.
information.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
you know.
yeah, so no
Because
questions.
the district
Yeah,
is connected with the county.
right.
So,
Well, I appreciate you coming in and telling us.
thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thanks, Maria.
Sorry to hear that.
You have come and get it worked out.
Go ahead, Elena. What's that?
Oh, she.
Thank you. Is Maria still there?
Yes,
Maria, could you please get in touch with me?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, because I'm very interested in that. The other thing is, as far as this public comment, I came in earlier and thank you, Blanche, again for showing your picture. Thank you very much. It makes it a lot easier to follow. When I first came on, there was only Granite County and me. Didn't know who was talking. You did the correspondence. And then all of a sudden the sound was gone. So I couldn't follow that either regarding the correspondence. So that's all I wanted to say. It's still, for the record, very hard following this from home, not knowing who's talking, when, and a correspondence, what to be desired. Thank you.
Dave,
Still you who I am again.
you better say who we are. Since you-
Dave Kessler, to give you an update on the dome. It's coming along. Every piece has to be custom fit in place. There's 16 sides to that stupid thing. When I bid it, I thought they would have used the same tape measure for every side, but they didn't. They're all within an inch, but you can't bend metal. It doesn't stretch or shrink an inch. So it's going slow, but it's going. You can see some shiny stuff up there now. So
You sent me them pictures. That looks pretty cool. That sun was hitting it.
Well, this morning I saw a great big bright light.
yeah,
Looks pretty cool.
The top part of the tower above the dome was coming apart, coming off. The only thing holding it together was the tin, so I put a whole bunch of timber lock bolts in that,
Okay,
anchored it back together, and the way it was shaped, there was nothing to support it, so I did away with the curve and just put 8 sides straight up to the flagpole.
so is there gonna be any extra expenses on the, don't being that, you know, cause we said, once you get in there, we had no idea what we're getting into. So I guess that's
I
all,
think
that's
there-
all I'm asking, I don't.
I think there might be a little bit, not
Okay.
a ridiculous amount, but you know, I thought initially I could build it at home and bring it up and put it on it.
Mhm.
I can't. I've built everything 2 or 3 inches too long. And then the next piece is too short, even though it's 2 inches too long. So it's a custom bit, you know, and I kind of knew that getting into it a little bit, knew it was gonna be a train wreck, but didn't realize there was as many cars in the train.
Well, if we have to, my personal opinion, if we have to pay a little bit more just to get it done and done right. once
Well, I'll
and for
finish it.
all.
It'll get done and
But
it'll
I'm
get done
just
right.
saying if
So,
some- But if we need.
Yeah.
You know, that's just me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And it'll be done to the best of my ability, and I've taken pains with it, you know. Kelly's 4th generation here. I don't want 6th generation to look at the train wreck the old man did.
But
The flagpole goes all the way from the top of the curve, all the way to the top of the pole, and that's the structure that holds it all together. It was built around that flagpole. And it's got a lot of rod in it, what's outside, and a lot of dry rot on the inside. I think it's still structurally sound. But I don't think we can put a 20-foot piece of copper up there built off of that one and expect it to not snap off. So we're gonna have to shorten the flagpole a little bit. And I think we talked about that initially anyway. So I'm thinking like a 10-foot flagpole on top of the tower that's there.
What is it now?
I don't know.
Flagpole.
I can't.
It's
read
very
it.
tall.
16, 18 feet, something like that.
well, we sure don't, if we have to shorten it up, I think go with a more stouter way and just leave it at that.
Well, it's solid copper pipe, you know, it's a heavy pipe like Schedule 40 in copper, you know, it's not a Schedule 40 rating, but it's heavy pipe. I bought a 20-foot stick of it, carrying it on my shoulder. It's heavy, but you can bounce it hard and it doesn't have much flex. So 10 foot of that is gonna stay. It's not gonna go anywhere.
Okay.
Haven't completely figured out how to attach it. I'm thinking shave the pole that's there, you know, 3 feet of it into a dowel that pipe will slip over, and then epoxy it and put some screws in the bottom, you know, as long as gravity works, it won't go anywhere. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Otherwise, try and get a hole saw 3 feet long and drill down into that. But if I do that, then I'm cutting my lag bolts that are holding it all together. So
Mhm.
it's gonna be a custom one-off job too. But,
It's looking good.
well, I appreciate that. Another thing Blaine said to mention about the parking boards out here where they're broke. We were talking about it the other day, and I thought if we drove like a 4-inch pipe, Schedule 40, Schedule 80, something heavy. It's not gonna bend every 10 feet, and then put a pipe across the top. Then you can push snow through it with the plow.
Yeah, I've been talking, Janine come and asked some stuff they were talking about, she was gonna talk to Tom Burden about pounding some posts too, so.
Okay,
Blaine needs to talk to her, you know, let
Okay.
us, cause we've been deep talking to Janine now, we made sure that was her job to figure out what to do with that,
okay.
so.
Yeah, I visited with her and she thought we were just gonna fix the boards, but I don't know.
No,
No,
no, the
it-
posts are all rotted.
Yeah, the posts are rotted, the boards are rotted, but I think if we drive some steel in the ground, like some drill stem or something. But, you know, not big enough, it's gonna stop snow, then you can push snow over
Yeah.
the bank and it'll land on that road down there, it'll keep the parking lot free.
That was high enough to get it under it.
Yeah, you know, and go under and over, so.
Maybe talk to Janine about that. and-
Well, I'm wondering if I may, if you are interested in telling us what you think it'll cost and putting in some kind of
You want to bid?
a bid, just
Yeah, I can do
because,
that.
I mean, we're asking someone else, and have we heard anything from that other person?
Well, it hasn't got to back,
Okay, so in this, he's
Yeah.
interested,
Well, I didn't
so.
know Blaine was talking to him.
Oh, we're
Well,
always just
maybe
talking.
Blaine should come to
Yeah.
us.
That's what I'm saying. That way I'm not getting somebody else.
No, and then Blaine didn't send me down here. We just visiting all the time, we have lunch a couple times a
Right.
week and we're
Right.
visiting about this or that or the other. He
I
thought
did
that ought to
say-
be one of the next projects before winter.
No, but if this is something that you're interested in,
Yeah. that
probably
would
find
be-
out just what a quote would be, of
Yeah.
what you feel
Yeah, I
it would
don't have a
cost.
problem. I
It-
just needed to know, so I'm not telling this
Right.
other guy to look at it.
Yeah.
And if we drive the posts and then cope them, put a saddle notch in it, so the next pipe fits in and then weld it in, so it's all one continuous piece.
Yep.
Then somebody could hit it, you could hit it with a D8, you might pull it all out of the ground at the same time, but you're not gonna go through it.
And would it look pretty?
Oh, it's pretty as painted pipe could look, I guess. It looked like that yellow post behind you, it'd be probably smaller diameter than that post, but just everything round instead of boards.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I just didn't know he was
Right.
talking. And then I talked to
Yeah.
that Tom Burton, so.
If you want a proposal or a bid, I'll
Yeah.
get something done there.
Yeah, just,
Should we put it in paper so other people can do it?
Yeah,
I think we have to, because it's been mentioned out and I told Janine to mention it to people. so
Yeah.
I didn't.
yeah, that's a good idea. We'll put it in the paper and,
Yeah, good
because
idea.
it's not gonna cost that much where we have to put it out, but
No, but
if
we-
people are interested, then we wanna make sure that,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You need to give everybody a chance at it.
Right.
I think you'd want requirements that they can do the welding on it and do a good job. Experienced welder at least. But, that's up to you guys. Gotta get done right. or
I
you-
guess we gotta figure out whether we wanna go with pipe or wood, cause see, that other guy was gonna go with wood. That's who Janine was gonna talk to, so.
Pipe's definitely gonna be more money, but it's gonna last longer than we will.
so it'd be pipe instead of. those
Pipe instead of
boards.
wood, yeah. Instead of that board, you just have a pipe, pipe driven in the ground and a pipe welded to it. So just look like
So you'd have board on pipe,
you could put a board on the front of it if you wanted to, but it wouldn't be a reason to.
okay,
Now, I don't know, putting a board on pipe, that's.
Okay.
Just go pipe.
Any questions or are you done?
nope,
Okay. I gotta run to Drummond, but if you're around later this afternoon, I can give you a tour of the
Okay.
dome if you wanna look at
Yeah.
it. Run you up there on the lid, scary to death like I did check.
And I heard you from upstairs giving your presentation.
I felt here so well. I talked like it. Thanks, man. No good.
Any other public comment?
So if you guys wanna run that in the paper for 2 weeks, so we're looking at a bid opening event on the 13th,
Yeah,
I'll work with you on that.
And what do you call it? The parking barricade?
parking lot,
Barricades.
yeah, parking lot barricade, I guess.
Good. Okay, I'll put something together. Just do like a regular bid, like I'm bidding it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Thanks,
All
guys.
right, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll move on to Road and Bridge. Paul had a doctor's appointment. Found out.
I'm getting
Oh,
yes,
straight on, so
he said that they're up at, Hillport, there's 4 of them out there working. The steel place is finally coming and getting the steel, so we're gonna have that cleaned up. That's about all we had to say.
Steel.
He said if there's any questions, call him.
What steel is that?
That recycled steel at the dump, their trucks have been broke down, it's a big mess, it's shits everywhere,
what everywhere,
steels everywhere.
So what are they doing on Milford?
They're blading and,
Did they put
nagging.
mag,
yeah,
mag?
he went and got some more mag too, I see some totes down there, cause one tote was rot, or something was wrong with one tote, so he went and got some more, and so. I went down Rock Creek yesterday on a wrecker call, man, that road's in good shape. Down in that Tony Marletto said it's the best it's ever been. That's nice to hear. You wanted to pass that on, so it's
So it's
too
all,
good, that's why they're speeding.
that's all, it's magged all the way down there.
Not all the way, it's spots pretty much like houses and where it's really bad now, it's really good. I thought it was, like I said, it's got a crown on it. Well, yeah. It was like, a great big pine tree on that great big wind a week ago hit up here. Anyway, it blew over and hit and caved the side of the road down. Well, Tony Marletto put some rock in there, just keeping somebody, and then he's gonna put some other gravel of his own over it right on the county road there. He thought he better let it snow. He said, yeah, go for it. It's already 3/4 fixed, but he went ahead and did it right away because the tree fell across and they cut it out, and got it out of the way. So
And who was this that did?
Tony Morletto, he
Oh.
owns a bunch of ground down there, so looks good what he's doing.
Do you want Georgetown or Lakeshore Drive stuff on next week's agenda, or what's the thought?
Yeah, I had a call from a lady up there. She says, man, she does not want speed bumps.
Yeah, I didn't think about
I
that.
don't-
I don't want those strip things.
I don't either, because that's just gonna build up, and then when we hit them with the plow, you're gonna have a mess there, and if it's holding water stuff, it's. I don't want no speed.
Well, they're talking about putting one up blind corner or something, but
No,
I was a kid on a motorcycle once. That would have done me in.
Rocky Mountain traffic didn't have any for rent.
Oh, they
They're all
didn't?
rented out.
Oh,
And
bummer.
the sheriff sent that part in to have it worked on, so.
no one know that he's been working
Yeah.
on it. It isn't not he forgot about it. I was over there a couple times and he did send it in. I knew he was working on it. It's a lot of it's just the people that live there speeding. What's coming.
The people that live there are speeding? Is that what, who's saying that?
A lady called me,
That lady?
Lisa Davila. And she's definitely against speed bumps. She rides a bike with her grandkids out there. She said, oh yeah, people speed, it's just. A lot of them are the people that live there.
One thing they brought up is the, we're gonna take a picture or whatever, and you're send a citation. I don't agree with that at all. I mean, you don't know who the driver is. They're sending citations out to potentially someone, the owner of the vehicle, doesn't mean they're the driver. So, I don't think that works.
That happened to me in Spokane.
Yeah,
My son was driving right through a red light. They took a picture of it and I got a ticket sent to me.
yeah.
He was
right.
driving my car.
Yeah, just because you're the owner doesn't mean you're
126,
alone.
yeah. Yeah,
Now you can rent out your car too. can't you, to tourists?
Yeah,
Like
they do
your
the
Airbnb.
website that's where you can rent out your car, so, yeah, that's maybe a theory, a good idea, but
So what should we do? I just say recommend having the sheriff go up there more.
if he was gonna propose more hours for a reserve, and if he needs more hours, I don't know if that's something we can do, but look at it.
Well, they said they're willing to help pay too, so I don't know if that's something they're.
Could be for that signage, like a solar sign they put up that gives your speed, that flashes or whatever, like
Well, they-
$3,000.
They stole another stop sign, I guess, is what I got on the thing from somebody that there's not, the stop sign's gone again.
The one at
Georgetown, the dam.
the dam, oh wow.
I mean, you just keep putting up, I don't know what you
Put
do.
up cameras to watch they were standing at the sign up there, road sign, like Kentler View Road or something like that, just a private road sign. Well, I don't know if it's right, I mean, it's in the right of way of the road, and people keep taking it down in broad daylight, will steal them, because they want, I guess, want the sign. But, yeah,
Well, it's kind of like up at Rumsey, Chuck, when they kept taking all them signs. I mean, that's kind of stopped because we ran out of signs. I mean, you can keep spending
like
money.
the sign said, oh, the stop sign,
Yeah, but
yeah.
up Rumsey, they disappeared. So I don't know, I guess maybe the sheriff will just be up there a little bit more, I hope.
Well, I think we should try to have more sheriff exposure until Labor Day at least, and
yeah.
Maybe I could take that search and rescue car up there and park it like they do in Polson. When you come through there, it's automatic. You touch the brakes and you see a cop car.
In Utah, they put a dummy in some of.
There
those,
is one in there
is there?
too.
All I know, the sheriff said he's tapped out on his resources, so as far as hours, so.
On the agenda for next week, yeah, no.
I guess, cause they'll be coming back and, you know,
Yeah.
any other stuff on road and bridge?
Going on Zoom.
This is Lane. All right, well, means that's all took care of. Paul said we could call him probably around noon or something if we needed anything, so. We'll go on to the Slate Architecture General Agreement for Services, our county building discussion and decision.
Let me explain. So we, yeah. For a long time, had a tough time getting an architect. And so now we put it out, did the request for proposals, the county decided upon Slate for the architecture projects for county buildings. My suggestion is a 5-year agreement, and then we do task orders that are tied to that. Got the cart a little ahead of the horse with last week's task order, but that task order stands by itself, and they're gonna scan the courthouse and the jail, to have the scans of those. But I took, what I did is I took the one that the agreement we have with Great West and just modified it.
So on your suggestion, did you mention this to Slate Architecture?
They've reviewed.
5
this, and
years.
It's agreeable, and there's a process for some renewals there. Yeah, and the scope of the work, I did talk about how the courthouse and jail are on the National Historic Register, or Register of Historic Places. Paragraph 2, agreement may be extended for up to 3 one-year terms.
Should I entertain a motion on this?
Oh, one other thing is in their pricing would be as their current pricing is, but we're gonna attach that task order, so that gives their current pricing, but that's, you know, it's subject to potential change.
I would make a motion that we accept Slate Architecture General Agreement for services for county building for the 5-year contract, renewable, and
So you got all the lingo down.
I guess I'll second it.
you guess?
Any public comment?
So can we expect something to be done within the 5 years?
All of
Elena.
Yeah, as far as the elevators, I mean, they're doing the scans, and then they said that would be the next task order, right? I mean, that's, so I guess can't say it'll be done within this fiscal year, but I assume we have plans.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. According to what's been uploaded online about this, it's a draft. It says something about exhibits attached, and I don't see any exhibits attached.
Do that task order that we did last week would be an example of the task order. Is it uploaded? The task order last week?
No, I just uploaded this. If you check
But wasn't the task order as part of the documents for last
from
week?
last
Yeah.
week. I don't
So-
know if Sue would upload. But
If it's not online, we could get it online, that the example task order.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, you know, if it's part of the agreement and do the commissioners have it? The exhibits?
Yeah, well, Yeah, they just approved it last week. So they have,
So what are they approving here? Says the exhibits attached to this draft. Says exhibits attached to this draft. Do you need the paragraph? Let's see.
yeah,
Uh,
we will attach it.
It will be attached.
Oh, so the commissioners are signing this, but they did see the exhibits. That's all I'm verifying. Thank you.
So may I make a comment? Last week we had at 10:45 Slate Architects Task Order number 1, discussion and decision that was discussed and decided. And it's not on this copy, but it would be the attachment that goes to it. So yes, the commission did see it, Elena.
Thank you for explaining that, Ian. Any other public comment? Being none, all in favor?
I
I signed it, really.
Goes down the totem pole.
We like to have paper.
Thanks. I think, so
Okay.
far that they've been good to deal with. Don't think going.
Well, it's the only one you got, really. All right, so we're gonna move on to Russ PR or how you say, pairs, PRs?
Yeah.
PRs, request for road maintenance agreement with county discussion and decision. This is on that stuff up. Snow plow, I'm just trying to read what's on this, RTV. Kubota RTV and snow plow, Kubota, blah, 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 skid steer with snow. Didn't you say, this is on that Black Pine Road Forest Service area, didn't you say that, have a comment from Cameron that they're not renewing this?
They, my understanding is they said they denied it last year and that they're having talks amongst, with him and the supervisor on whether it's gonna be allowed or not, so. My understanding is that Cameron Razor, Forest Ranger, wanted the county to potentially wait and see what the Forest Service does and work together with them on it. That's,
Yeah, we have to wait.
Yeah.
So we want to table this. Okay. I'm not motion that we table this until we hear further notice than Forest Service and what they're doing.
he said he'd get back. Mike
So
said he'd get back to
Cameron
us.
was gonna, like, according to that email, was gonna try to get on Zoom or was.
I
To,
think he was.
speak with us,
swamped,
or-
so I don't think he
okay,
can. There was a new fire, I heard.
yeah, so tabling it, yeah, I agree with you.
So I heard
All right.
Hughes Lake,
What?
Hughes Lake, I'm not sure if they got it or not.
Okay,
Sorry.
we're gonna go ahead and table this till we hear further information on it.
Don't burn it.
Didn't it burn a few years ago?
So nothing more to burn.
All righty, we got a few minutes until 9:45. When we were talking earlier, they're blaming about that, when Dave was talking about that stuff, I didn't know you were talking to him, and I've been talking to Janine,
Well,
and he was gonna get a hold of Tom.
Yeah, I just
Murray,
kept telling them
so-
to go to Janine, because I
Okay.
don't want her left.
Well, I
out,
guess
too.
they wanna
So,
think
yeah.
that we have, because I told Janine to get hold of Tom Burn, because they were gonna come by and they might be on Tom's
Yeah,
opposed,
so
and it's okay. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page, but he's talking about putting metal in, and Tom just does.
Wood.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's
I guess you have to figure out how you want it in the proposal.
see what we, okay.
In fact, you want it on like your agenda next week to talk about what actually kind you want
Oh,
to put in
kind
the
of
proposal?
Says it's only at 3 acres right now, Hughes Lake is.
So, probably know where to burn. Cool as it got last night, it must have been.
So cold.
Good morning.
One,
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
yeah, what was your temperature this morning, Chuck, at your place?
Mhm. Good one.
Okay, pretty cool last night, as well.
54.
That's good, right?
No, I had to turn my fan off, which is so cold. 54.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was in the 40s.
My doors and windows wide open. I didn't just,
Uh,
thought it was pretty warm.
Yeah, 45, so. But I think it's cooler than that.
A lot of times it's warmer up there than it is down.
Yeah, the good point. Football team's doing 2 practices this week right now, so.
Say that again.
Football team has 2 practices a day this week, so.
I see where they put on the news that they really telling the coaches not to watch, really keep them
Yeah,
hydrated.
yeah,
That's
drink a
Have
lot
to
of
do
water.
what?
keep them full of water. Cause they're the
Yeah.
ones that died, you know, really. Getting lots spare, kids are gonna be busy.
Good week. Yeah, talked to Ben, so like everything's going well for the fair stuff.
Mhm.
Talking to Ben Hopman there last week, he said everything was going well for the fair.
Did you talk you into being a judge?
No, I wouldn't know what that's gonna look like. Morning. You come on up when you're done there. And-
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Morning. How's it going?
Morning.
You're still on, so come on up. I'll state your name and.
Russ Pyre, Oh, application for a snow permit. On Black Pine.
We were gonna table it until we heard that we were on the recommendation of Forest Service. They're talking to you about something.
No,
Yeah, I had an email yesterday from Cameron Razor saying he's talking with his supervisor about their, your request with them, and he wanted the commission to potentially work with them and wait until they made a decision. You haven't heard that?
no,
Sorry about that.
oh, no,
Yeah.
that's, because I did put an application in with them,
Okay.
yeah,
Um, He was just requesting the county work with the Forest Service on, so they're talking about it.
Is there another access in there?
no, legally there is not. Cameron is stating that. I have access to Black Pine subdivision, which is not correct, so I sent him the bylaws that says there is no easements. And also that Wapatita Road is a public access road. And it's not. Two properties, Jim Grassi and Terry and his wife Kathleen, they just purchased a Drake. Those are private property that can't get access through to the Wapatita or the other subdivision.
So I guess we tabled it to wait till we could hear from Cameron and see what's going on. And you haven't talked to him at all?
I emailed, have not responded, he has not responded back. To any voicemails or emails.
I suggest having it back on next week.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're back.
Put it back on next week,
Oh, okay,
cause we got asked to hold, you know,
okay. Is it like the same day and time?
just have to shoot out.
Oh, then they will.
She'll tell you here in just a second.
Oh, okay.
And we'll try to get a hold of Cameron too and see what's going on. Yeah, we just got. Hold their whole.
They probably one was during the fall.
Figured out, they were gonna talk to you.
Yeah.
Interesting.
9:25,
What's that, Billy?
I'm sorry.
9:25 AM.
9:25 next Tuesday.
Oh, next Tuesday?
Yeah,
Okay,
and we'll try to get old Cameron, make sure and see what's going on.
all right, yeah, I'll do the same.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I have my attorney that was ready to show him the documents and where, Black Pine, we don't have legal access. And also to Wapatita Road, there is no legal access through there. And so the map on Wapatita, like I said, there's like a little stretch it goes through after the subdivision, goes through Jim Grassie's and then Terry's. That private section, and then there's my road. That those two little areas, it is private property. And Jim Grassie was going to put, I'm not sure if he did, but he was going to put a gated fence on his property. To stop some of the access that's coming in from the subdivision off Wapatita. Yeah,
There's people going through there arguing they have a prescriptive right, but yeah, that's final lawsuit.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, well then I will at 9:25.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Miscommunication. That's all right. Have a good one.
You too.
Are you here on?
I'm not on the agenda, I just want to speak for the residents of Bear Gulch. If possible. If not, I can do it like community meeting.
What's
Talking
that? Bud?
about like this, like public comment about the road up there.
Public. Dissatisfaction right now, not the road,
Are you,
the creek bed,
the what?
the creek bed.
It'd be up to you.
Yeah, we got time, go ahead, you're here, you guys okay with that?
It's okay if you can, because I do have Mark, Ogard from the DEQ coming to a meeting of the community.
Why don't you meet with him and get everything lined out and get on our agenda, and then we know what the DEQ, because that's what first question I was gonna ask.
Yeah,
Last time we did this, we talked to DEQ and never got, the response I got, I just.
I didn't.
My
I don't-
understanding is DEQ has been
and,
up there here in the last, I was told.
But if she's meeting with them, I just assume that she gets that, are you guys all right?
So what is this
about?
Bear
concern?
Gulch,
it's just. it's
mining stuff
concerning-
up there.
It's not concerning really the mining, it's concerning the destruction. That little Traverse cabin, you know, that's up there, has been absolutely pushed in. I saw it after the storms that we had. It was fine. Now it's not, and if someone went out to right now, they could see, if they look close enough, that it has been pushed in on the off inner side,
It's like vandalism, you're saying?
pushed
Sure.
in by a dozer.
Oh. I'd say turn that into the sheriff then,
A lot of destruction's going on and people
Oh,
are
sorry.
getting a little bit upset. It's getting too close to the road.
Well, I went up the other day, Cat, and was looking, I got followed all the way up, all the way out, cause like I couldn't be up. There. That's not gonna happen. It's still a public road, and whether I'm going as a commissioner or personal or.
Yeah,
people
call-
can Travel. that
Well,
road.
call the
Third
sheriff.
party has
Yeah.
contacted the governor. The governor has stopped the pump that was illegally put in at Park Fork River.
See, and that's, that there, we don't have no say. I know, but I'm not trying to pass buck, but if you would have a meeting with the DEQ and then come back in, and then if we could have stuff, we put you on the agenda, and then it's recorded.
Yeah, I guess.
I think that'd be better.
I think they're bringing the EPA on it because it's getting very, very bad out there. People don't go up, you know, residents don't go up that road.
All right, sorry.
Gotta go.
Thanks.
Thank you guys, appreciate you hearing me.
All right, we're into Brandon Parrott Dam Tenders Report, Georgetown Lake outflow. And decision.
Yeah, I'd like to start this off. I was told by several people over the weekend and this is a joke, I think. Through the gate valve, I mean, all kinds of water coming out. We're wasting it and it's not going to the powerhouse. And what we're doing is we're bringing down the lake now, which won't be replenished because of the year it is. And we're gonna be in the same situation as we were last winter when we made no money on power. And that is a power station it's a dam for making power. Okay, so I was told by a member of the homeowners association that they're gonna file a complaint with FERC if we don't shut that gate valve off right now. And the whole county is paying for a few people down below to benefit, the whole county. And we're, you know, as you know, we're broke on that, you know, that, the damn fund anyway. And this is ridiculous. I mean, we're just throwing money away. It's going down the stream. It's going down out the gate valve, not through the power. So I'm gonna make a motion here right now that we shut the gate valve off immediately. Where that 48 CFS goes through the pipeline and the turbines. For one more week. And then they pay back, it goes down to 20 for 2 weeks. CFS. I mean, because this is ridiculous.
So you're saying today is showing 46, right?
Yeah, it should be
That's
45 under the,
At Southern
To the
Cross,
pipeline.
at Southern Cross, they can only put 40 through the pipeline,
yeah.
Yeah, they want to put it in, so they got the gate valve,
trying to meet what we said we
what we
put
said
out.
to 45.
The FERC argument won't go because the agencies agreed to it, but it should be under the agreement was 45, so it should be at least tap back to 45 right now.
Okay, so my comment is after this is when the correspondence that I mentioned that John Grooms called me. And he enlightened me on a lot. He was saying that 40 is the only amount that can go through the hydro. That can't anymore. The rest of it's going in the creek. And the payback that the water users are saying never works the way that they say, because when they say they're gonna pay back it after the fact, the lake doesn't fill. So the way you would pay back is you'd pay back before. And then you would cut it to, do you see what I mean? Yeah, before,
Yeah, he had a good suggestion that you cut back before, then they put water in the bank, just like putting money in the bank.
yes,
And then they can take that out.
You mean
But instead
early
of doing it the way
September
we're doing it,
or earlier in September or?
Before
Or
even
before.
this.
during haying, when
I-
we're haying, we should be cutting.
Okay,
Cutting it back and building up. You know, that between the top and whatever we were 8, around 8, 6, 8. And then you fill that up, and then if they want more afterwards, you can let that out. Instead of doing it the way we're doing it, is we're going deficit. And I can't help, they said that they were gonna file a complaint for.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that was mentioned to me too. Did you get a phone call from anybody?
No, just,
Okay.
well. So that's bluff on the.
Well, bluff. It could be bluff on the board members, the water users. Too,
No, but
setting a precedence. So may I finish, please?
Yeah.
Okay,
I thought
so,
we were having a conversation, I wasn't interrupting.
well, I thought I was making a comment.
Well, we were kind of talking back and forth, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Okay, so what John informed me, and I'm not gonna
You
mention
don't want to
names.
listen to what I have to say.
What do you say?
you don't listen to what he's having to say. He thought you were asking him a question. He was answering what
I
you
didn't
asked.
ask him a question.
I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Was he just pulling a fit now?
I don't know. I just,
What I'm saying is that the research has been done and visited with other water users, and one water user is bypassing 5 cubic feet. Not even using it. So he's not even using the 5 cubic feet, so it's going down. Another comment was that this is considered a gift to the ranchers, that this is actually a dam that was built for electricity. And that the gift was to be given to them when they were desperate for water. This is a comment that was made. And another comment made by someone was saying that when you're throwing away the 5, you're throwing it away and it's going down. And who's getting it? It's going all the way to Clark Fork.
I
So,
disagree with that.
Well,
I
you
know,
go ahead and disagree.
I can, I'm just
okay.
saying, well, you
I
looked at me, I thought you were wanting that.
What?
I disagree.
Right,
Okay,
go
but
ahead.
I agree with you. I think it needs to go to 40. I don't think we need to be putting 5 down over the rocks down the creek.
God,
Go ahead, John. State your name.
Frank Prince, water user and on both boards of the Clinton Water Users Association and the Allendale,
So you're part of the board?
both boards.
Okay,
Yes. I just overheard Chuck saying something about shutting it off during ham. That'd be, and letting it fill back up or whatever, that'd be great, but everybody hays at different times. And as soon as there's always constant water flow there. It's not necessarily you can shut water off, everybody hay. That's just one comment there. Your comment as far as 5 CFS going down. There's a lot of diversion points where it could get used back into the state ditch and also into Flint Creek water user. Excuse me, Allendale water users. But then the people that have water rights on Flint Creek, like right now where they're short and they're gonna take Allendale water, they can use that before it gets to the Clark Fork. So in that sense, but then if you talk to Fish and Game, DNRC, people like that, they like it when you put more water down for fish, no matter where it ends up, if it goes clear to the Pacific. And I believe
what I would like to see is we're talking about shutting it off, our water off towards the end of the month. Just so we don't go too low on our pool in East Fork. But if we could just get 2 more weeks of a little added, and we could still use our water. And say this water could go to the people on Flint Creek itself, because that's a different irrigation district also. District, but, and maybe some to the Allendale, which would be put in the Flint Creek water in the state ditch.
Can I ask you something, Chuck? Like on that 5, they don't think it's getting nowhere, they just think it's stopping there. when it
It
comes-
says way more than 5. Everybody I talked to said it's way more than 5 coming out of the Gateway. And it's a waste. It's a waste. That is a power plant. We are broke. We didn't make any money on that damn power plant last winter, all winter, because we went low last summer, and then we had to go to 6 CFS or CFS to build it up over the winter. Okay,
I know what you're
the
saying.
purpose
I
of that
just
is to
asked.
make power.
We've never made money on a damn thing, no matter whether we were full or not. So
So-
we've never made money. Just let me finish.
Yeah.
But you know, you're saying that we're not making no money. We've never made money, even when we were over full and we pumped out all that extra water and everything. I mean, we'll never make money on it because there's too many restrictions. So that's, I mean, saying that it's, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so the making money part of it. Yeah, we're not gonna make money because we only get like 10%. And what was it all winter, 6% coming out,
6 CFS.
6. With Blaine leaving, I was wondering, did we get permission from FERC to put the 45 out?
Yeah, we got temporary modification. We got the temporary modification.
Temporary modification came through.
So FERC said it was okay to put the 45 out.
I had it on an email. Didn't you get the email from them?
Well, I don't know if I read completely through it.
Who do you sell?
Saying
power
that
to?
we could put 45 out.
Who do you sell the power to?
If we don't, it hydro takes and it hits it comes out and it hits, it goes east. I'm not sure where it goes yet, but Flint Creek Hydro does that, but
So
I'm not
right
sure.
right now, we're subsidizing the grid. The people of Granite County, we've already put $200,000 of the people's money into that dam. But they got nothing out of it. It's zero. And why should we be financing the grid to go who knows where from the county's money? And then we go and let water out the gate valve and it goes down the creek, and we don't get anything for it. Nobody gets anything for it, or we could be saving that until we could let it out under. Through the term.
So just one question, you said something that Flint Creek water users get it too. Are they supposed to be getting it, or do they get it when we throw extra water down the creek?
Well, we end up using it, yes, yeah. And the takeouts down at like White's, just below Maxville, Boomers and whatnot, right in there is where our main headway is. But yeah, if it's there, we'll use it, and if not, Dave Hoffman will put it in the people for the Flint Creek and the Gown Ditch.
So can I make
state your name.
Monica Prince? So I want to go back to shutting it off during haying season. Here's the prime example. The elevation in Phillipsburg is higher than what it is in Drummond. So we are almost done with first crop and ready to turn our water back on when Phillipsburg actually starts cutting. Just because that's just the ebb and flow of things. As far as whoever commented that the water is a gift, I believe that originally it was set up that way, that the water users were to get X amount. And when you talk about no one in Granite County benefits from you letting this water out. Last time I checked, this was an agriculture county. Based off a lot of agriculture, not just tourism that Phillipsburg has. And so your farmers and ranchers in the county
are actually using that to create crops so that we don't have to buy hay for our cattle. So I think saying as well as that is the majority of the tax base, property taxes, obviously. So I would have to counter you by saying, if you think Granite County is not benefiting from that, you're sadly mistaken. When your water users are using it. Also, if people are thinking that all of this is going to the river, this time of year, we do have a lot of, there you go.
What was that?
Return flow and evaporation.
So because we've had all of our water turned out, right, we do have some return flow into Willow Creek and into the streams, going back into Flint Creek, going back to the river. Yes, it benefits it all. It also benefits. Oh, wait, let's talk about all the fishermen going down Flint Creek. If you don't have that water in the creek, you're not gonna have fish. So I think it's benefiting not only the agriculture, but it's benefiting the tourism and it's benefiting the county in general. Yeah, and I don't know what to tell you about the power, because if you're not making money on it, it is what it is.
Well, a lot of it never even, I mean, we were like 4 days behind on what we said we was gonna give anyway. So I mean, we're not.
But originally, they put the dam
That
in.
never hit what we said we was gonna get out, because they could only let 40 out.
They were putting 40 through the pipe and they tried to do 5 through the gate valve. And they said that it took 48 hours to get down to the weir because the ground was so, it just soaked it up.
Right.
So dry, yeah.
Yeah. that's
Yeah,
what-
and I'm not saying, I mean, you ranchers, I mean, you're the best thing in this county. I mean, you made this county great. This is why in the turn, going to tourism, whatever. I don't.
Don't forget mining.
Right, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
that,
mining, and you know, so if we had the water, I would gladly send it down. I mean, but we don't have, here's what the thing is, here's my theory that I had a couple weeks ago. And my theory is, we are in the planet is warming, let's face it. And so back in the day, we used to get a lot of thunderstorms and rain scattered out through the summer. We're not getting that anymore. Okay, so we've got this lake, and so it used to replenish. And then for a lot of years, Silver Lake was just sitting there. Well, it shared the aquifer with Georgetown. Okay, so we were getting, and Silver Lake's higher than Georgetown. So Georgetown was getting flow through the ground in the Georgetown from Silver. Okay, now, starting last year, Butte Silverbow is sending that down the other way. So it barely got up this full, Silver Lake got up full. I don't think it was enough to charge that aquifer between the two lakes. And now it's going down. So we're not getting that. You see, back in the day, during the night, during the cloudy days, the recipients coming in that wasn't accounted for.
No, I agree with you.
Huh?
I agree
But
with
we're not getting that now. And that's why I say we don't have it to spare this
you.
year.
Where before, no, we were pulling it out, we were getting from Silver Lake and it helped. No, I agree with you there.
But we're not getting it. I mean, so like 2 years ago, I mean, in fact, I remember we couldn't think about, or we didn't know how we were getting so much extra water in. You
I
know,
didn't want you to think I was looking, she was just trying to tell me there was a comment. That's why I looked over there. I'm listening what you're saying.
but now it's not that good. Like last year, we had a problem last year. It wouldn't fill, we drained it. And the same thing's happening this year.
Well, we get further behind every year because we don't have what we used to have. We don't have that extra silver. We don't have, some of these creeks are dried up. I mean, it's a drought. I think. I mean, you look at
So
these-
one thing,
Oops, I was-
no, that's fine. Are you done?
No, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
you go ahead, Chairman. Knock, walk, walk.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
One thing, do you agree on the turning it to 15? Supposedly paying back, you're not paying it back. because the water does not fill, it doesn't, we don't get it back. Where if you're gonna do the payback, it would have to be before. You see,
You know, it's not a perfect situation
Yeah.
of building up a bank account.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect, I agree with that. I mean, it's different elevation and you're gonna use it before these guys but
So what's?
I think it's better than what we're doing is going to this deficit and not being able to replenish.
What's your payback? What are you talking-
so according to last week's discussion with Brad Radke, we agreed to do the 45. And then starting September 15th, it would go down to 15, and that would be the water users payback. So in other words, we're only sending 15 out, and so it's supposed to fill up, but it doesn't because there's no water coming in from anywhere.
But less, not more.
Oh, go ahead.
There's less water, not. You can't
Not
say
no water.
Right, yeah, I get, okay.
Okay, so and then once upon a time, the Anaconda Company, when they had Silver Lake and they had owned the storage, and now Silver Bow, Butte Silver Bow
Yeah.
owns. They would put storage in, fill it up, and then take it out, and it worked really well because the lake would fill out and there wasn't any. Now that doesn't happen because Silver Bow they haven't used it for storage. And this is just the history that I was told, and several comments on, okay, even at 40, you guys are getting the extra. I was trying to figure out what we were doing at this time last year, but I don't know how we
I
figured
don't
that
think
out.
we gave them extra last year.
Huh?
I don't think we gave.
We were only doing like 30,
Yeah. Yeah, we're saying. it's
so at the same time. So right now you're getting the extra 10. What we're saying is the other 5 is just going down the creek. And it needs to go through the power thing, which we gotta. From FERC said it was okay to do that. I thought, yeah, so this is the only thing. We got people worried on this side, people worried on this side. We have to come and make a happy medium, and the 5 is going nowhere.
So do you know how much is coming in right now?
It was 30 a couple of weeks ago. I don't know.
Yeah,
30 yet from Flint Creek, but
it's so hard to tell that too, you know.
yes, yeah. And like I said, I just don't think at my place, I had 2 springs that ran forever, just minor springs, and last year they started drying up, and this year they're gone. And I just don't think that we got 8 inches of rain in my place, but it wasn't enough to charge.
I have one public comment, or public comments.
Oh, wait.
Thank you for the record, Elena Gagliano. I have a suggestion here. Why don't you put this on?
Why don't we what?
Put it
Put it
off.
on as a discussion, okay? Regarding all the people that have an interest in this. And point of clarification. This is juggling 3 entities. You're juggling the homeowners around Georgetown Lake, the irrigators, and also hydroelectricity. Okay, so
Elena, can you stop just for a second? I got
yes, go ahead.
Commissioner's office.
Hi.
Okay, can we put you, can you? We've got someone making a public comment. Could you just stay on the line?
Yep,
Okay,
yep, I
great.
can do that.
All right, go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. And
So you can see what's going on.
this, first of all, just a real quick history about the dam. It was set up by Anaconda Mining, electricity from mining. That was ended, okay? And so the irrigators, it was used for irrigation because that was the other benefit for Granite County, irrigation. And everything was fine until we started generating electricity again. So now you've got the third party coming in. Now Georgetown Lake homeowners, years ago, they wanted a benefit recreational water use. They didn't win that. So actually, we're not making any money on the electricity. Where does it go? I heard one of the questions. It goes Northwest Energy and it goes into the grid. We don't even get a benefit here in Granite County. Our bills aren't decreased. We don't get the electricity. It just comes from Northwestern Energy. So yes, we are losing money on that power plant. I think the irrigation is more important. And I think the irrigators should get top priority like they were supposed to, like they did. And again, I think it should be on the agenda as a discussion with everybody that's there. I don't know who's there. It sounds like they're the irrigators from the different water districts.
They introduced
And,
themselves.
excuse me,
No, you got your 3 minutes.
no, they introduce
You're out of your
themselves.
3
I don't
minutes.
see them.
You're out of your 3
You
minutes.
are interrupting me.
Yes, I am, because you're
And
past your,
this is a public comment, okay?
no, and we've heard it. Thank
Why
you.
You heard
Thank
it.
Mhm. Okay. So. We're still on your motion.
Okay, we have
Somebody-
Brad.
Go ahead, Brad.
So I was just looking for an update. I heard you were looking at reducing it from 40 CFS, 45 CFS to 40 CFS. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And what's the reasoning on it?
This is Chuck. My reasoning is we're wasting water. It's going up everybody I talked to just looked at the dam for a long time, says there's more than 5 CFS going out the gate valve. So we're not making power with that. And so what we're doing is we're draining the lake, and I'm afraid that we're gonna go in the same situation we were in last year, that we're gonna end up putting out like 5 or 6 CFS during the winter. Basically, we'll make no money like last year. And we gotta be saving our water. If we're gonna use it, let's make power with it, and let's run through the pipeline. And
So,
A lot of, let's go
so
ahead, Brad.
Brad, can I make a comment too? Is what
Sure.
I understand is 40 is going through and that's all that can go through the pipes. The 5 is coming out and it's making a muddy mess right there when it comes, you know, where it comes and where the creek is. So I don't know, because that's been dry
Oh, sure.
all summer. It's making a big muddy mess. And so we're making a muddy mess there and you're losing that 5 going down is
Right.
what. Go ahead.
Probably is not
So
making,
it doesn't,
probably not making it to where we were, because we've never used it, so it's all sucking right in
Yeah.
the ground from
Yeah.
there down the.
Oh, okay.
mile.
And that was the only comment that was made because it's not going anywhere. It's a muddy mess. That was one
it's
thing.
hard to adjust the
Okay.
gate valve to 5.
Okay, was thing, and,
So it's probably more.
okay.
okay, so,
So that sounds fine to me. So we should be able to run that 40 CFS longer than the 2 weeks then. Right?
well, the discussion was the 2 weeks, and because you were gonna go down to 15 for payback, and then we discussed that payback, and you're not really paying it back because the water does not fill up. There's nothing coming in. There's no inflow at that time. Does that make sense?
Less coming.
Less.
Less than.
Yeah, let's say,
Sorry, I keep saying.
yeah.
Like, and then I think that, we're just, the 5 isn't even getting to you. If we go.
Right.
back-
No, I
go
understand
back-
that.
Go back to the 40, and then like what I was bringing up, that we weren't even quite at what we said we was gonna send down, but it don't sound like that'll go either. So I guess we're kind of sitting at just going back to 40, right, Chuck?
Yeah, my motion was to shut off the gate valves and put 40 through the pipe and the turbines. And then we'll just pay back sooner. But I'd say go down to 20. For a couple.
Go down to 20 when?
We were
When
gonna,
you go
I'm
down
gonna
to
go
20?
back sooner, but I could wait till
I think if we go to 40 and shut the 5 off, just stay to what we made the plan last week. I'd go for that. Go back to 40, shut that 5 off, go to 40 and stay to what we said we was gonna do. Don't cut the time short. I'd go for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I mean,
that
that's
sounds
I'm not-
a lot more reasonable.
So for another week then, and then.
Once we
stay
got-
back in
Well-
September?
Yeah.
I'll go.
It's more than in a week though, because you didn't even get it turned on until
They turned
it's
it,
gotta be
but
10 days.
they turned it and we put out what we could through the pipe, what we have to do through FERC order. But then on the 5 that we didn't get, because we weren't meeting that Southern Cross, what it was saying. But I don't think you're gonna get them extra couple days, Brad. I'm just saying that we're trying to make it work now, or go to 40 and just
Okay,
stay
so-
to the date that we said we'd go. Otherwise, you're gonna get cut on the dates too.
So was it,
Yeah,
I mean,
September
take what we
15th,
can.
it's just like when you.
September 15th
Okay.
that we were going to? Is that what,
Yeah.
September 15th.
September 15th?
Yes. We should
Yeah.
get.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I'm with that, Chuck.
It's better.
Go to 40 and stay till 15th of September, and you're just gonna have to get what you can and.
That'll,
40 per house.
yeah, that'll work. That'll work for me. Yep.
Till the 15th, yeah.
How about,
So the 15th of September is more than it's more than a week.
You can't go 40 till September 15th.
What did we say last week? It was going through the 2 weeks, right?
2 weeks, 2
Yeah,
weeks.
not-
2 weeks,
Yeah, so I give it another week at 40.
right? 2 weeks and then
And
back to
back
what?
September 15th, we can pay it
We'll
back.
drop it.
We'll drop it to probably 20.
Do you want me to read your temporary modification order?
But.
Yeah.
So you know where you're at. So your order was for it to go to 45 CFS for 2 weeks commencing on August 10th. And then on August 24th, the outpost will return to 30 CFS, then outpost will be reduced to from 30 to 15 CFS on September 15th through the 28th. So is your motion to change that to 40 CFS for the remainder until
Another week.
and then follow the rest of the order?
So that'd be the first.
I don't want to confuse things, but I wouldn't cut it down to 15 on the 15th. I'd cut it down to 20.
Yeah, I'd go with you there. Cut it to 20 instead of 15.
Do we
I mean,
do
we
it
gotta
different?
still.
Yeah,
try to
15 is
help
pretty damn
everybody.
low for the 15.
So are you gonna go to the first September at 40?
No,
Is that where you're at in the answer?
no, we're gonna just for another week.
You just do it till our order says we can only do that then until August 24th. And then we have to return the flows to 30 CFS. Under the agency,
Under the agency.
because we have to get, because through the FERC order, we can only release 30 CFS for irrigation season. So to go higher than that, we had to get approval through the 3 agencies for the temporary modification order. So through that, we can only release up to the 3.
So who determines the irrigation season?
I think it was negotiated.
When they
Through the
did the
FERC
FERC order
order.
and that, it's in the book here. They got it. When it starts, when it stops, it's all in the FERC regulations. That 401, remember, we went through that last year. It's 401 something. I got it. I'll give it to you. Or Billy can send it to you. So you wanna restate your motion, Chuck, so we're all on this. I know, we got so much.
Okay, just one thing, Brad, did you understand?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, I got it.
So August 24th, back to 30, and then September 15th, it was thought that to 15, but we need to do 20. Does that work for you
Okay.
guys?
I guess.
Do you understand why we're
Yep,
talking about the
yep,
taking the
yep,
5?
I got it. Yeah, if it's not making it, it's not making it. I get it. So, okay,
Okay, so.
all
everybody
right.
got it?
I'll let you go.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
You want me to restate it? Do we have?
No. We're good on that. What's that, Billy?
I have this motion written down.
Okay, the other comment is Fish and Game on.
No.
See, this is the point. Once again, this is my point. They come in here and sit here and say all that shit, and then they don't even get back on and say nothing. And they're the one that's dictating a lot of this. They're sitting there with everybody. So do I have a second?
I second it.
Any public comment? All in favor?
All right,
Aye.
Motion been carried and passed.
so we better call Paul now and tell him to shut it down.
So 40 is gonna be okay. It has to be.
Well,
You're not
that's-
getting
I
a
don't know that we have a choice.
It's not getting there anyway.
Yeah.
It's going so far down into the cliffs and that it's.
Yeah, it's,
It's just cause we
Like that.
never
It's
use
probably
it.
the
It never
same
has an aquifer, you know, it's just never gets.
Yeah,
there.
well, and then when you think of that, you don't think of that going into that creek that's been dry and it's just a big old mud hole.
Well, and you, yeah. it's
Yeah.
just
and
so-
it'd be so hard to measure it from there.
Yeah.
See if it was some
Yeah.
return flow somewhere, I mean, you could,
So, did you want to call Paul long as we're still here? We've gone over time, but this is pretty damn important, so.
we just go get rid of the high spot between Silver Lake and Georgetown.
I'd like to.
We'll
Well,
go
see,
get you,
York, seeing Silver Bowls open, they're taking more water down doing that mining stuff, and which they weren't for a lot of years, and now they're sucking a lot of this, so.
well, and then they don't even store anymore, or haven't, have they? Story, they haven't, Silver Bow has not stored in Georgetown for a long time, have they?
No, I think it did store it there. I mean, it just didn't do
They
anything
just
with
held
it.
it, we
just-
got lucky, cause when it got up to there, we pulled it,
It was
it wasn't
coming
like they were
over.
storing it for us. It
Yeah,
was
but
just-
now they're using it, taking it to the.
That's all it was, it was getting lucky.
Pull my
Now
hair
they're
out.
used. You want me to call Paul, tell him
Sure.
right now?
Yeah.
And not that I don't want you guys to hay.
Well, no, I get that. I get that.
I just remember Tom and I went up there, that was then 20 years ago. When they were talking about Deep Silver Bowl taking that water, we went up there and explored all that, and went through a bunch of stuff. It was
Hey,
really
Paul,
pretty interesting
hey,
down
could we have you shut that valve off?
there.
All right, thanks,
That has to
buddy,
get up
I
so
appreciate
far
it. Bye.
That it won't go over, and you would think that all of Silver Lake would drain in Georgetown,
It's-
but it can't.
Mhm.
It's just gotta, it's interesting.
It's done. He's headed up there, shut it off.
Oh, just talk to him.
Yeah,
Just kidding. I heard you, but I was talking cross you.
I feel like they've been looking into it. A grant to replace that pump house too, because there's a pipeline to go.
Yeah.
Pumps over like in Georgetown, like they're operable for it.
All righty. We're in the monthly claims. Hey, Fred.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Did you here for the water or anything?
No,
Okay.
no, actually, it's entertaining
Entertaining?
Yeah.
You're here for the entertainment?
to a point.
Okay.
When I leave, I leave. I had an errand up with the county attorney's office. I do have a question. Related to water, I heard you guys have a little spill over there. I lived in Georgetown since '62, so that's how many years, 50 years, 60 years. As a kid, I can remember the pump house in Georgetown pumping water to Silver Lake through the Wooden Flume. That was replaced in the '60s with a pipeline that still exists. And I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't even own a boat. So, you know, I don't care. Georgetown Meadow could exist. I like the area. But I've often wondered where the water right was or is for the Anaconda Company to pull out of Georgetown and send it to Silver Lake. And they would do that in the early spring when stream flows were low and they needed the water for the works, the smelter works. So they'd be pumping out of Silver Lake, but then they'd supplement Silver Lake by pumping out of Georgetown.
And I've often wondered, was that a right? Or, and where did it go? We don't talk about it. Yet somebody owns that pump station because they just re-roofed it 2 years ago, good silver bulb. So they have something in the game. And I don't know whether it's ever, I want it to rear its head here. I mean, I'm not that spokesperson. I'm just saying. Things just happen. Why?
So,
Why?
okay. Why would they pump out from Georgetown to put into Silver unless they'd stored it in Silver to begin with? Because Silver Lake is supposed to be bottomless, right? No.
Supposed to be theoretically.
I remember that as a kid, it was bottomless.
You know, they sculpted the waterworks quite well. You know, they pull water out of Twin Lake, Storm Lake, dump it into Silver Lake. In the early spring, when they had a lot of water, they backflow it to Georgetown, to Hardwood Creek. But when it was dry in February, March, they pull out of Georgetown and pump it to Silver so that Silver could cast it into the downstream tide. Smelt. We don't talk about that. That's why I'm just curious. If somebody knows, I'd love to hear.
The only thing I can think about is that when the planning. And I don't know how it would work. I don't know, I've never been around.
Yeah.
I wish I had. Which, but no, so I don't know if that's like kind of like. Just part of the money plan, you're using X amount of water to do your thing. You know, that no clue.
I don't know. I don't know how they would have done it. But they put a lot of effort into it every year. They maintain that flume. In 63, 64, they put in the big pipeline. They wouldn't have gone to that expense had there not been a purpose or a right. They've maintained that building at Georgetown's edge. Why? Apparently there's a right. Why would you continue to maintain something if you don't use it? Yeah. So I often felt that that's probably the skeleton in the closet that's gonna come out someday. Whether it's through irrigators on this side or homeowners, water users on that side. Or who knows, maybe on the Clark Fork side, you know, they'll pump water someplace else. Just seems like it's an issue that needs to have an answer someday. I don't know.
So can that pump station pump both ways? Well, they were talking about pumping, weren't they pumping into Georgetown, but help us.
Silver Lake is
You're
higher,
getting a grant.
Yeah, I know.
so it flows. Yeah,
Judge
yeah,
McLean was
it was
talking
a
about
natural
that.
pool.
Judge McLean was in here
Yeah,
talking about that they're doing that grant to require to
Yeah, Judge McLean was talking about they're thinking about helping us at some point. But I don't know
Yeah.
what the stipulation
Anyways.
is, but pump it from Silver to Georgetown.
Well, that'd only work if they needed to draw Silver Lake down more. Because it naturally will flow some through Hardwick.
Some, yeah.
probably during the process to replace the pump house, because they would have to shut it down to get access.
I would imagine that pipe doesn't know the difference, you know, if there's, water's being pushed. That would be interesting. No, I actually showed up because I saw you had a report coming up with Eagle Ambulance. It's kind of playing into our field, the fire department. 10:45.
Yeah, 15 more minutes.
What's Valley Foods? Scott,
What?
Valley Foods,
Big Valley Food.
is that in Drummond?
I never heard of it.
So it's just senior citizens.
Oh, I must be buying some, is that Amish bunch selling foods again? No, Valley Foods. I don't know who they are.
Is that in Deer Lodge, maybe?
No, I don't do the grocery shopping. I couldn't tell you.
I never heard of that.
Then we're gonna take Gabriel instead.
What's that?
Had we got the Gabriel, instead.
The what?
The gate valve or?
Oh.
Going to down the perk.
On this, claim on this oxygen and stuff, I guess we'll make up our mind and stop the contract with general distributing for Phillipsburg Valley ambulance once we figure out what's going on. We keep paying monthly for oxygen. It's a contract and they're not using nothing, so why are we, it's just all.
So are we gonna visit that on budget today on,
Rather, when we talk about ambulance stuff, that stuff should be brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see there's another thing for KLJ. Why would we keep that? I thought that was gonna be over with. Like in June.
What's that?
The KLJ, the engineering for the airport. We keep paying on that.
About to that, yeah. I thought we were done.
so
on
there's something attached to the budget on that. So is there more monies coming in? Or we
that.
still doing stuff?
We was always getting paid back on that, but
Yeah.
I thought we were at the end. I thought the last one that we did was the end of the.
So I'm just
Fine.
thinking,
That's what.
yeah,
I remember when he was here, he was talking about it. I haven't received any requests for reimbursements from the lady I work with over at KLJ on those. I can't remember what he said. When he was here.
so
Thought he said there would be a couple of things that rolled over, but I thought there was still money left in.
I thought that last 2,200 we paid was it. I thought we were done with everything with until they made that next move to see where the master plan and all that shit was
Oh,
going.
maybe that's it. I can email him and
I
ask.
thought that's what they said, because we kept asking them, "Well, how much more is this gonna cost? And you guys keep studying. And then they got that plan. I thought that was the whole deal. And then we was gonna move on with the Steve.
And we were supposed to have a master plan.
Yeah, another 11,000 to Riddick Field for.
Is that for insurance?
It just says airport planning ALP to get invoice. Can't imagine that there's. That much more again. I wonder if. You can call them and find out. Never get that, you know?
Yeah. Is there a number on that invoice?
Hmm.
Any of the reimbursement ones she sent me, but I didn't. I haven't.
See, this
gotten-
don't say reimbursement, this just says current balance, is that balance is what we have left, or is it? It's an invoice, so.
Yeah, it says it will be on. It's just. Should be a number.
We are,
No, but we can go.
yeah, we're good.
You're good to go.
Thursday. So it's
All right, we're on at the 10:45. We're waiting for Catherine there. She got held up in some road construction, so.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. He's grown. I see what's in the area, we're gonna do a rodeo.
Oh, yeah.
Stop talking. Just young and around. Oh, yeah. Now he's got kids, so.
Yeah.
Takes no way.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Those are the guys seem to get up early anyway. Or why?
Yeah. Yeah. Paul always had a kid, his dad's, what was his dad's at? Those numbers, last I heard.
Why do we buy a,
Yeah.
the airport buys a battery from somebody by the name of Prospect Drilling for 323? It's a courtesy car battery. One battery for $323 for a car. The hell's that?
Steve,
The
I have
courtesy
a
car.
car sitting out there for anybody that
Yeah,
lands.
but I mean, 323 for a battery?
Yeah, what was that?
That's crazy.
Who is
It's true. It's one of those electric vehicle battery stuff. The rechargeable kind. Wonder, they're
It's a-
better deals, so I hear.
It's a- What? Big
That's
monster?
cheap for one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been here.
So wherever that car's at, Scott, you better put a current bush out there. Buy it.
You guys making fun of me? Hey, Ernie.
It's already.
Oh, I didn't know you were Prospect Drilling. I was going through the claims and I see a battery for a car. I didn't know who the hell Prospect Drilling was. So you bought a battery and then you got repaid? Two batteries, okay. Okay. Alrighty, I was just going through them and I see, so. That's all I needed to know, thank you. It
Courtesy car at that airport.
was for both cars out there, they just said one battery and it's Prospect Drilling's the chairman, he bought them and then got reimbursed.
So does that make more sense?
No,
Two batteries?
two batteries, yeah.
Batteries are that expensive?
Oh, hell,
That's still expensive.
battery.
They're Razoo, they last for 20 years.
Napa battery stuff, I wouldn't buy a Napa battery, that's what it's on. I've been buying mine from like a couple different places, they're cheaper and get Murdoch batteries are better than Napa's. We're still waiting on Catherine.
I'm watching you sign those. And then I'll make a motion to approve claims. Once you're done.
You know, I'm sorry.
Mine got hold of me yesterday. Grant claims, claim it's the development of which one. That's good. Well, it's going to go ahead and another one. For another. It's had several. And Lane suggested that I have a resume. Since high school. Self-employed, what do you want me to put on there? Self-employed, I guess. You know, it's geared for the fire. So I was grounding through my file and come up with some stuff that would launch some bullets.
saying that I'm incredible volunteer. Just where we're at. Yeah. Fire, 21 time, in 76. Well, I hope so. That's only one line. Still. Better than from 1976, one line. 1969.
That Valley Food is out of Deer Lodge.
1969, on my research.
And it's a senior citizens. They're giving- I think they might even go live there.
So that would be good. If it means- Cause what's the difference between Deer Lodge and Drummond and Peabody and Drummond?
We want to fill in where guys like me want to retire.
Oh, no, Catherine, you're on.
Why, what do I,
We've been waiting, we've been patiently waiting.
I'm sorry, I got stuck on a peeking truck.
We can talk
about that too.
Yes. I'm just giving you help, come on up. Sign in and. Yeah, sign in.
Okay.
So before we start through, I make a motion that we accept the claims for July.
26.
Oh, any public comment?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. For your taxpayers, share it, have fun.
Seriously?
It's okay, I just want a bunch of money.
So
Gone at the time.
I was ready. Would you believe the cows got out? That's everything.
We just had them all over the right of way down there. Western town. I don't know how you guys do that for them. Cows are frustrating.
Oh, they are. Who's? Were those the Highlanders? No.
Out there by Jeremy Fenner's kind of. They were saying between the railroad.
All righty. We'll go ahead and get started here. It's on the Eagle Ambulance update, discussion and decision. I just kind of want to hear what's going on and plan and where we're sitting.
You know, I'm happy, the crews are happy, things are going well. You know, staffing is always a problem, but we got plans to deal with that. We're gonna start an earn as you learn type program. There's actually a lot of, AMR and Billings is actually one of the ones that gave me the idea, just because there's just not enough staff out there, and so you get to work as you're getting your license, so we're gonna start that, but as far as I know, things are fine.
Could you use our ambulance garage at all?
You know, I could, but where we're at right now is really kind of the sweet spot because it's, you know, halfway between the two areas. So, I mean, maybe eventually, if, you know, if it starts growing, but I think right now it's kind of centrally located and a really, you know, easy way to get both places.
Are you gonna build a new place down there?
Eventually. If not, we have plans of adding on. So.
So, and I've had some comments on the, building down here, whether you'd be interested in it or not. And we, cause it's just sitting vacant, you can't get a call back or nothing, so I didn't know.
From me?
No.
Oh.
No, from the ambulance, Phillipsburg.
Oh, gotcha.
We're just trying to figure out what we're doing or where we're going. with
Yeah.
This building and the ambulances in it, and if there's something that, I don't know. I was gonna ask Maria, but after what I heard this morning, I didn't wanna say nothing, so.
Like I said, it's a wonderful offer, but for right now, I think where we're at is probably a good place to stay for now anyway.
So I guess that'd be another agenda item, probably next week or something, to talk about that building. I think this one here was just seeing what your thoughts were on if you're staying around or what was going on or.
Well, we just up and moved here, so I don't really have any plans on going anywhere, so.
Is there any public comments for us? And then I guess what we're talking about is what was that, Monica, you and I had a conversation yesterday about this ambulance and that. I called I just wanted to put this, I went and checked, I told you I would, I went and checked on a bunch of stuff, and they're saying that I talked to a dispatcher yesterday, and she said that they call everybody, everybody gets notified. She says, and no, they haven't been calling twice due to the fact that they get a response. I think. Okay. I just wanted you to know, I did check in on that, and so I understand what you were saying, by the time you can get back, or if you get a crew, they're already going. So I wanted to tell you that I went through that and made sure. And I appreciate the work, and I appreciate everybody. I mean, it's one of these, you're damned if you do, and damned if you don't. Frank, you got anything? I'm not trying to put you on the.
No,
I think that's why we're here, and this can fall into the drumming one too. I mean, we're sitting here, so I know it's a little bit soon, but. Yes, we need to figure out what's going on with everybody and.
So we're gonna make a decision on Phillipsburg,
Like we kind of talked, I think they're done. They won't even call back or nothing. And I was thinking maybe just resolve Phillipsburg and still keep Drummond as a district. If we could do a budget, right, Blanche? No, my thing is right with the budget, still do a budget for the Drummond one, still have them. If one up here has, I'm done with it up here.
yeah, me too.
Okay, so
Am I saying that right? What, Scott? Oh, sorry, Blanche. I was just-
So I did talk to Pat Little and Jamie Bancroft. Well, Pat was president, Jamie was vice president. I know you guys don't have anything in writing from them, but they told me they're done. I wanted it on record in here that I did speak to them. That's what they told me. They're done. Phillipsburg ambulance is done. So there's some perishable medical supplies that I shared with Eagle Ambulance and Kathy. Sent, she went and got some of the medical supplies that are going to expire. I want the commissioners to know that they didn't have a Lucas device, they didn't have portable suction. It was something else. She sent me an inventory list of a stair chair. That I just took it upon myself to loan that county property to Eagle Ambulance to use. They already have it. And if you guys want an inventory list of that stuff, I'd be happy to provide it to you, because the stuff, there was a brand new jump kit down there, for example, on the shelf. A bag to carry your medical supplies in, that's in the back of my truck. I took, mine was wore out, so I took it. So I figured you might as well use the stuff,
What's better than sitting in there, and I don't know, I haven't been in that building, I don't know if mice are in there, I mean.
It's still in pretty good shape. It looks great. It's brand new. I had a new building.
So one question, Sheriff, did you get a hold of Drummond Volunteer Ambulance and ask them if maybe they needed this equipment or
I
needed
did not.
supplies?
No, I didn't. Maybe I should have called Frank and asked them if they needed some of that stuff. There's still stuff
But
there.
then
they
you
didn't
guys,
take
you
home.
guys, the reason why I asked for the Lucas is because you guys got one when
I know
everybody
they
else,
have.
yeah.
I need Drummond. And Drummond has portable suction and Drummond has a stair chair. I knew all of that. But out of courtesy, I should have called Frank, I guess. I just didn't, so I didn't think about it when.
So on that note, you know, we talked about a bunch of our supplies being missing. Did you guys? Give,
No, I didn't give them the supplies out, things like that. Occasionally we restock our medical packs in there.
yeah, but nobody uses the IV catheters and drip sets on your curve, no.
We have not gotten anything from Drummond Ambulance.
That's a good discussion, because we talked about that, and that's what, you know, and I
Think about it.
We would be happy to trade you guys out if you guys had short dates, because we, you know, especially in Montana City, but we have never gotten anything from Drummond Ambulance.
It's not that busy.
You know, if you want to have some of those supplies. in there.
So I'd like to make a comment on that, on the.
Okay,
on
just
the
a
slide.
okay, go ahead, state your name and
Monica Prince. So first of all, we have talked to.
Can you
people
come
in-
forward a little
You
bit,
bet.
please? Thank you.
So we have talked to the people in our area and we will continue to run. That was the decision made by all of our ambulance members. Because we're still having monthly meetings, we still have trainings, all of that. As far as our supplies, we voted to lock the building, but then the sheriff's department needs to use that. That's fine. We will be putting locks on our supply closet because we don't know where they disappeared to, like in the entire box of non-rebreathers. also.
like what?
Non-rebreathers. Yeah, I know.
I-
We're not really sure.
Why you take
Anyway.
a non-recruited sample?
One at a time.
Well, it's like people were taking my pediatric BBMs, so why?
Right,
Why?
yeah, because everybody needs one of those.
Always.
Not a good idea.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Our plan
One
is,
at a time. One-
our plan is to lock our supply closet so that these guys still have access. Because the other thing we need to do, did you notice that our door's been jacked? Like, we need to replace the entire frame on our door because, and that, I'm not blaming anyone. Because obviously somebody's trying to get into our ambulance shed, more than likely thinking we are storing nets, I would guess. It looks like the door's been pried on and we have fixed and fixed and fixed, and we just need a new steel door.
Okay, as long as we're on that, I went in the other day and looked, yes, that front's falling in, I don't know, we kind of looked into it once before, but I think you need to have somebody that's knowledgeable on the garage doors and maybe one big door if they can.
That'd be great.
It'd be something that guy'd have to look into. You know, because it's starting, the shit's falling down and all the trimmings are coming apart. I mean, that building's in some rough shape.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, if we could have one door, that'd be all better.
I mean, I guess we gotta figure out if we're still gonna keep the ambulance in, that's where we're instead of getting into, we're kind of jumping ahead, but. I still think we should have the, you know. Still have them aboard. And then. That's up to everybody, that's just my opinion. Any comments?
So you're doing ours and theirs at the same time.
Well, I guess I kind of go ahead.
So yes, on that, I have a comment. We all plan on running, as Monica said, as far as keeping our license, doing our trainings and whatnot. I feel we obviously can't make it there fast enough and whatnot. What I see happening sometime, it's happened. Scott, almost firsthand, we were on service then. You have a major incident down by the river, you have the bus load full of the kids. Where there's gonna be a need for a lot of emergency services at one time. Yes, maybe it'll never happen in my lifetime, you might have a 6 minutes, I don't know. But that's one way we feel we can probably help out best. And the other thing is, since we're volunteers, do it for the community, we like to still do the football games and the rodeos and stuff like that, perhaps for those agencies and stuff, so.
Very
Other than that, we're here to stay, I guess.
So what about those spur games? So you need Eagle to come?
You need to speak up, please.
the varsity football games in Phillipsburg. Is Eagle gonna cover those?
I,
I assume so,
I would
because their
assume, yeah.
director asked for it last year.
What's that? Gotta go one at a time. We're trying to.
So their,
Athletic director.
there you go,
Called it.
athletic director, I was like, their director, their athletic director asked for them to be up here last year because they don't have an ambulance. And Drummond Schools asked for us.
If you guys want all to provide, that doesn't matter to us.
Yeah,
No,
don't
and I-
matter to us either.
I,
Yeah.
I think at this time that'd be just good, if you guys wanna do it, that'd be fine, because. We're kinda short that way anyway. At that time of year.
Right.
So I mean,
That's fine.
we like to do our community kind of around there.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Well, I think this is a hell of a good conversation. I mean, we're all sitting down here and it's actually getting somewhere and talking about stuff that we should have. And if there's any other stuff that Monica and I talked on the phone and that, and it was a working order. Yes, there was some stuff that probably should have been talked about and followed through, and then we got all excited and holy shit, I kind of, here we go. So some of it's my fault too. I'm saying it's not. I think everything going pretty, oh boy,
So we're gonna make a motion to dissolve Phillipsburg.
I'm for it.
I think we can do that during our budget process. When the budget comes up, then we decide we're not going to levy it. And we're not dissolving the ambulance, we're just not levying it.
Okay, on that note, can we put it out that we're thinking about doing that, just in case somebody think that they're gonna, that they feel.
What do you mean, think about doing what?
the
Dissolving?
Yeah.
I think it would probably be in our best interest to keep. It's like the TV district. We still have the TV districts, but we don't levy them. So then you don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of creating another district. The district is there, we're just not levying it.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
So where does that levy money? So you don't collect the tax money, is that right, Blanche?
That means, yeah, we don't, there's no tax. And whatever balance is in there would sit in there.
yes, cause we still gotta pay for stuff in that building and stuff, the heat, and just so it don't freeze up. I don't know what to do with the ambulances are gonna, I don't know, they've got some of them on grants and we gotta look into all that too, and I don't know. You got an idea?
Oh,
Okay, can I make us, because we thought about this, because we have a 4-wheel drive ambulance. And I would not personally recommend leasing an ambulance to anyone, because you don't get it back in the condition. Well, okay, not necessarily an ambulance, like if they had a life pack, which is worth a lot of money. If you have big equipment like that, I would not recommend leasing that to anyone. If you're going to get rid of it, I would sell it, because you're not going to get it back in the condition in which you give it to them in. And then you have the wear and tear on it. I don't think that you can make enough money off of it to make it worth it. That's my personal opinion. I had some time to think about it yesterday while I was driving around chasing water, so, I just think that if you have big equipment like that, like the ambulance, like the, I don't know, would you lease out one of your cop cars?
Currently using.
Yeah, but I mean,
Well, I
you
don't-
just don't get it back in the condition in which you,
well, my comment that I was gonna have before Monica jumped in was we would actually look at purchasing that,
Fine.
buying what we felt was worth buying.
Okay, and on that note, we'd have to look into, I don't know how that. I guess that's something to Blaine, you can talk to Blaine about them, on that kind of stuff, cause I'm not sure how them grants and stuff, what they took or. How they work, I saw
And
them
then maybe then you have to put it up for bid.
last night. Go ahead, Scott.
Monica made me think of something as far as like, she brought up the life pack, they have a brand new, I think they paid $15,000 for that life pack. Setting in the Phillipsburg ambulance shed, that's a pretty expensive piece of equipment, and she has a good point, if you leave something out, you're not gonna get it back in condition it's in. However, if that sits down there 3 or 4 years,
it's gonna be, it's a computer,
Outdated.
it's gonna be outdated, it's gonna be junk. It's just gonna sit there and collect dust and be junk.
Maybe a person can actually have the people, you guys, and Catherine, the ambulance people and the sheriff. And one commissioner, whatever, go in there and see what the hell's in there and what they can use and what they can sell. Is that something that way it won't be, and then. You know what, we get the money for it, we put it back in that building, to help pay for the power and water and the care.
You guys, Frank.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I agree that there needs to be an inventory. And we need to know what it's worth. I also agree that it would be put out for bid, not only to Eagle has the offer, but other ambulances in the area that would wish to bid on it, could bid on it. Would only be fair.
Like when you say other ambulances in the area, they.
Like Deer Lodge, Anaconda,
Oh,
Other-
Missoula.
all right, I'm just clarifying.
Because they are a private enterprise,
Yeah,
they're
that's-
actually,
No, I know that, I'm just clarifying that when you said the other
Yeah.
ambulances in the area, not, they wouldn't have to bid on.
No,
You know what,
basically,
I'm just,
basically, we'd get first dibs at it and then
What's left?
they would have to pay for it.
yeah.
So I,
So
whatever.
maybe I should stop divvying out or just loaning. I don't know, like the light pack, that kind of stuff bothers me. It's sitting there, it's not doing anybody any good. And when either Drummond or Eagle responds, if they can have better gear to do it with, the stuff's already bought, might as well be using it as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I don't think it's a problem like what you did, I don't.
No, I have an inventory, well, Kathy sent me a list of. The problem is it didn't have anything on the list, I gotta get back with Kathy and have her send me a detailed list.
Kathy?
She's
the
my
manager.
manager.
Oh, she's the manager for Eagle, yeah, so, anyway,
so this is just like in reference to what Monica mentioned, you're loaning it out. And
I did,
you're not gonna get it back in the condition that you
That's
loaned
true.
it out.
like the
And-
Lucas device, we're not gonna, those were got on a grant. Right? Or
Yes.
something like that. Doing CPR by hand is very hard work, and if you have one of those, your patient outcomes a whole lot better if you have one. That's why.
Well, especially when you're in this, you're not in, like, when I was in Texas, doing classes down there. You have a fire department and the ambulance, so you always have an extra set of hands. You guys, you have two people. You cannot, I've done it, but luckily only for 3 blocks. Doing CPR and everything else by yourself and your driver. It's, the Lucas is like invaluable. It's. You have to, especially going the distance you have to go to get to the hospital.
And just like the monitor down there, if it sits there, it's just gonna be outdated too, I think it's better off than use the person.
I don't know. Roll it out. Purchase it or. I don't know.
Well, I guess that's something we can sit down and go over and look and see what can we?
No,
I mean, it's stuff that should be used, it's not gonna look good sitting in the bank and shed, like you said, next thing you know, something into it or whatever. I was 15 grand on the bank, or it could have saved a life. You know, like that,
if Kathy and her crew need the monitor, is that okay if I loan that to them then? Frank and Monica are setting good, Drummond's setting good.
well, I think if you guys are on the same page, I don't see why a guy couldn't.
I mean, we got Freddie Ortman here from Georgetown QRU too, maybe we should, I don't know who their monitor is and this and that, I don't know.
Just went through an upgrade within the last year.
So there, I mean, there's stuff.
We didn't
that-
buy new. Couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
But I mean, if there's stuff that a person can use, I think it should be the taxpayers, why not? It's all about saving life.
It's not just us responding.
That's me.
Well, tax dollars bought this equipment.
Well, and I think that the county funded agencies should have the first right of refusal on it. But if there's stuff that they either have or can't use, then, depending on what it is, I would be interested in purchasing it. That's just my opinion.
That's simple.
I don't feel good about the loaning is what I don't feel good about. Because you're loaning something and who cares if it's trash? I mean, not that they're going to, but if we're gonna dissolve Peaburg ambulance, not dissolve, but unfund it, then we should, the equipment should be put out for bid. Is how I feel. No, yeah, it's just because they're tax dollars and they could go back into that fund and be used for. Or be used somewhere else. That's just how I feel.
I agree, I guess, yeah, it should be back out to whoever can use it, and I prefer just, yeah. And just like you said, if we would go down and look, or not we, or whoever wants to go look, and if the fire chief in Drummond thinks he needs, I don't know what they do, so I found any medical, so if there's something there that you guys didn't want, go, you know, should ask him. Ask David Ray, ain't he the fire chief here or something? Something like that.
So
Not
stop
that
that
big a
loaning.
deal, we can figure it out.
What about the equipment, that they already have, that we've already been involved with? The stair chair, the Lucas device and the suction and stuff like that.
And the county didn't pay for the Lucas. That was a multi-million-dollar grant that
Yeah.
was given to every ambulance service in the state of Montana.
I don't see no problem in it. I mean, I know what they're saying, you know, the tax, but what even the taxpayers, it's always a taxpayer somewhere. I mean, it's just, they got it, if it can save a life, who care?
It might have been a grant, but the Phillipsburg ambulance still owns it,
Right,
so.
yeah. Okay, I mean, if you want it back, we'll
No.
get it back today. That's fine.
I just
It's
don't
just gonna go
advise
back
against
and
that,
sit it.
yes. That's a life-saving machine when you need it. I'd strong, it's gonna sit down there for 2 or 3 years by the time this all gets sorted out. It's gonna be outdated junk by the time you end up selling it for $10 to some other agency.
So
I'd strongly
in other
advise
words,
against that.
Sheriff, you don't want to buy it, you want to borrow it.
Me?
No,
Eagle.
you loaned it to
I
her,
loaned it to her manager. I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
and you don't want to buy it, you just want to borrow it.
Yeah, the Lucas anyway.
What to do?
It does
It
CPR.
Does
for you.
CPR.
Chest compressions.
I don't know if even a guy can sell that stuff if you got it on the grant, cause some of that stuff, I mean, when you get that kind of stuff, or give it, you can't go around try to make it, you can't.
Yeah, I have no idea. I do know that at the class, when they were handing them out, he's like, okay, yeah, you guys can all go on eBay now and sell these. I do know that, I don't know if that was a joke or not when he said it, but I don't know if you can, I don't know. We don't qualify for grants because I'm private or profit, so I have no idea how grants work.
Is there anything else?
As far as this, very,
Disposable.
disposable supplies that are get outdated. I feel that we should be able to share it between
For
the
training.
two. Just because those are minor in cost, basically, I would say, but they have an expiration date, so they're no good.
And nobody's gonna spy disposable supplies.
Yeah, the sheriff's office, we're talking our bags out of Beaver ambulance, what we can find, we're using it. So.
So I guess I'd ask for that.
Not cool. Good with me. Is there anything else? Monica, or anything? I think we got a lot accomplished. Couldn't sit down, it's probably one of the better ones we've had, especially today.
The one that's in the shed. Oh, I think that new one is. Beavers.
Well, let's get together soon, stop. Let's get together sooner than later, and whoever wants to go down there, if one of us, I'll go down, I don't care, I don't know nothing about medical stuff, so if somebody wants to go
I
down.
can
there-
go down there.
guys wanna go on the way out of town, look and just kinda see what's in there, heads up, and then you got a kind of an idea, so I know the price of gas, you don't have to come back up, now if you wanna go down there, I don't know how you get in there, I don't know the combo.
I'd have a pass for today.
I know. I just saying, no sooner as you guys can meet, get together, they can, you know. Go from there.
Maybe the county should build an apartment there and rent that.
Yeah.
That's a nice building. It's too nice to be sitting empty. We also have our search and rescue do double ambulance and stuff down there and stuff like that. It's a pretty nice building.
Righty, well. There's nothing else, I guess, thanks for everybody coming in, and like I said, good chat. Let's stay more communication, if we have a problem, let's make sure to get a hold of each other, and let's make this work, talk to people. And I really do appreciate what you guys have done, I've never, ever in doubt my mind that I've never said nothing bad. I hear rumors, and I've never, ever said nothing about volunteer, that's bullshit. Thank you, Catherine, for what all you do, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys got anything else?
Only thing you can do is call Paul and tell him to open that gate wider.
Well, all right. Chelsea needs some. Oh, yeah. I will.
I'll shoot you a text.
Just. Right, you're fair. I don't fair. Oh, my God.
I don't know if she has time.
When I'm finding my baby, yeah, I'm like, I just told him, especially. Not ready for yourself. I'm just been so much night out. Yeah, I'm sure about this. I never. And yeah, I just. I don't say. Oh, it's coming.
Little bit.
It's coming, and when you're ready, I will have a lot of wine.
Yeah. I said nothing with a trailer.
Okay, I'm with you.
Parker.
Somebody has a problem with the return to me.
But they are.
I'm just gonna bring up to you guys, the Powell County Director called me. The ambulance director. And said, no respond here whenever we want, so we have a backup crew. I told dispatch, if Eagle's busy transporting, just call Powell County right away. Right there. So I don't know what Anaconda's doing. So whatever.
And we've got, you're gonna stay for this next one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have to make sure to get after.
did they give you guys a draft MOU or no?
No,
I think they're supposed to bring
they're,
something.
they're bringing it.
Oh.
That's why when I talked to that one guy. It was all,
Mute this. You guys are on. You're on,
Ready?
whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're back on.
Yep.
Alrighty, so this is 11:45 MOU with Anaconda Deer Lodge.
Ready for it. I just thought I'd stick my head in here and make sure you guys knew we were.
And we heard you.
Okay, sorry about it.
You gotta come forward.
Come
here.
All right.
State your name and what's going on.
We got. How's it going? Bill Everett, let's see.
Here you go.
Can't see you again.
Eric, right, I see you guys.
That's it, yes.
I'm Randall Dixon. I run the animal through.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Randy.
Just meet you.
Good to meet you.
Right.
Hello. Hi.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started here. It's MOU with Anaconda Deer Lodge County for Emergency Services, discussion and decision. Who wants to start off?
You're gonna have this up, didn't you?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
so I think here a while back, we were running, I would say, more than average into the Granite County and deeper into Granite County. So kind of discussed it with the CEO, and we just need to come up with a plan on how we take care of our own county first, and how we're going to basically deal with the runs in your county, or if it's even our place to deal with those runs. We have Eagle back here, and we're kind of at the mindset that, maybe we should look at the ambulance provider you have here as opposed to us jumping those county borders. And I think CEO Everett can speak a little bit more about that.
Well, answering a question like something that where you're saying jump in the board,
Mhm.
I know the county lines and that, but if you were there closer, you're having a problem with that, is what you're saying?
Well, it's still gonna be outside of our county.
You don't get reimbursed or nothing like that, or you're just saying it because you're going out of the county?
Just outside the county.
Let me help you out.
So
So we're revamping a lot of our different agencies in Anaconda. If I could bring back 3 years ago when we did our wastewater treatment plant, we put in a new one. It costs a lot of money to have these facilities, as you guys well know. Every time you lose it, you lose money. So we changed our rules on our wastewater treatment plant. I was one of the person that worked negative. I have a place here in Peaburg as well, so it kind of hit me a little bit. But part of the concept is if you're paying for it, you get the value. If you're not paying for it, you don't get the value. I have a full-time staff ambulance and fire department. It loses money, and it's paid for by my residents. Actually, up until a week ago, it was 100% funded by my city residents. So my ambulance and city fire staff 24/7 was paid for by my residents, and that's pretty heavy mill, as you can imagine, what you have to do this. However, it still loses money. My ambulance last year still lost close to $270,000. So every run we make, we lose money. First of all, I'm a government, as you guys know, we're not that efficient. The wages we pay and all the different bureaucracy we must deal with, we're not efficient. So if we do leave the county lines, we're losing money. Whatever we get paid will not pay for that run. Due to that fact, I have a person who lives, let's just say, on Main Street, Anaconda, who is financially supplementing an ambulance service for a county that basically doesn't pay for it. We can't do that anymore. And also from a legal standpoint, we shouldn't be leaving our counties. We are not a business entity. We are a government entity, just like our snowplows, just like our policemen, just like all that. And so what we're trying to do is give everyone fair warning, guys, that we're done crossing borders. Financially, it doesn't make any sense. We lose money when we do it. The residents in Anaconda don't want to pay for ambulance service for people who live outside our county. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense. There are a lot of private ambulances that run from a business standpoint. We have Eagle and Power, both those are separate entities. Their efficiencies are probably threefold what I run, because you are a private business. And we just want everyone to know, guys, our ambulances pretty well, unless there's a dire emergency situation where, hey, it's all hands on service, and we have those sometimes. we're not gonna be responding to those calls. It doesn't make any financial sense for us to do that. And your guys' situation in ambulance is a little bit different. I don't believe your residents actually pay to supplement an ambulance service in the county, do they?
There's a levy.
There is, so they do pay that, right?
And
Oh,
that's what I asked you. You're a city county government. How
Right.
is it that you levy the city and not the county?
you're exactly correct, and that's gone on for almost 20 years. So right now, we're able to actually reallocate some of those funds. So realistically, you're gonna see a mill throughout the entire county that'll help supplement that ambulance service. So I was able to fix the problem within my borders, but outside the borders, I do not. Let's just say we run over here, someone will say, well, Bill, you get to charge them $1,200 ambulance fee. First of all, do you get paid? As you know, with ambulance, you don't ever know if you get paid. Let alone, first of all, is it Medicare, Medicaid? So now you're paid a drastically reduced amount. If you do get paid. The next concept is if we add up our hours, it doesn't make sense. Financially, it's not rational. It doesn't make a lot of line. As my ambulance leaves town, I have another crew that comes into my fire stations. They're also my full-time fire. They got a paid crew coming in on overtime. It'll basically be a 4-hour shift as this shift leaves. So I lose money, best case scenario, let alone sometimes you show up with an ambulance. If nobody gets in the ambulance, you don't get paid a nickel. And I have all these overtime wages that I'm currently paying. So financially, it's not viable for me, for a local government to do it. And like I said, it is paid for by my residents, therefore that service is, the property, permission, priority of our residents. Does that make any sense?
Well, no, I don't
Okay.
understand how the district, being your city county,
Right.
isn't that something with the Department of Revenue isn't mapping you correctly and county residents aren't paying or?
No, that's been fixed. That's what I just
Oh,
said.
okay.
So now we're gonna have
The city residents
We
aren't
have two
feeling.
different ways.
The city residents aren't feeling the pain, county residents are.
starting this year, correct?
Okay. Yeah, that should
Absolutely.
make that.
It
clear.
does, absolutely. Up until 3 weeks ago, no, they did
Yeah.
not. Our first billing will be out this fall. That everyone who uses the ambulance will be paying for that ambulance service.
Right, so you can't say the city residents pay for county.
You're exactly correct. Now I can say, hey, if you're out in Lost Creek, you call the ambulance, you're paying for it. City residents, quit complaining, they're paying their part too.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, Scott, go ahead. So are we speaking specifically to ambulance services here? Because
Yep.
there's other services involved as
Yep.
far as law enforcement.
Nope.
Coroner's office, Jesse Gilchrist and Sathers have been awesome.
It's got a great relationship and what you're referring to is, we consider it mutual aid. You use the same term too.
The statute already covers that. If
Yeah.
coroners and law
And
enforcement.
it works out back and forth, depending on the day, everybody helps everyone, because you guys got a great police service, you guys give us a hand, if we need that, it's perfect. The problem that we have here is it's not considered a mutual aid going both directions, because I'm the only guy with a paid ambulance fire service. So we can come and help with you guys, but if we ever need help, there's nothing to really help us, so it's not one of those things where, hey, you're helping me today, tomorrow I'll help you, it will weigh out. So the only thing we are talking about is ambulance, strictly ambulance. You're exactly correct, Jim.
So did you bring an MOU in or something?
We don't have one. Our chief looked at some different scenarios. Right now, we're not even to the point that we know that we want.
I talked to?
I believe so, yes.
So I thought you said you were bringing an MOU, so we kind of have.
Well, we kind of talked about it and we came up with a couple different scenarios, but at this time, I don't think don't even have it, aren't even close to having anything.
Could I speak again? I talked to C. Shane Pritchard. I just wanted him to know this was in the wind because of the ski hill. We get a lot of calls. I shouldn't say a lot, probably 5 or 6 calls a year for ambulance at the ski hill, which is in Granite County. So if they're not going to respond to Granite County, we're going to have to page Eagle all the way from Hall to go up to the ski hill, which they're already kind of in a controlled environment in the ski patrol hut and stuff anyway. So I don't have a problem paging Eagle to go to the ski hill if you guys don't want to cover it.
So you're pretty much just saying you're not crossing the line. I don't want to hear the border. I don't want to hear it.
You like line better than border?
Yeah.
I didn't know that technical term, but okay, I got you.
Don't laugh, hey, don't laugh at me. Okay.
But yeah, we're not looking at crossing the county
Line.
lines.
Most likely, I think there might be better alternatives, as you said, for an MOU. I think there's better alternatives than us even crossing through the back with Eagle and also with Powell. And we just want to make sure those options are out there. We just don't want it to come to a surprise. So we're trying to telegraph this as far as we can.
I had penciled a draft MOU, but after hearing Bill's point of view, I can see that it wouldn't meet his, expectations. So I could certainly leave you guys a copy to look at, and then we could change it, hammer it out. I mean, I can leave you a copy too, and we could change the verbiage, but yeah,
It just said MOU, so I didn't, that's why I asked.
sure.
One other, I've been with the ambulance services here since '98, so I know a little bit about this. And I don't, no offense to the folks from Anacon, but I don't think you can appreciate the situations my dispatch was in prior to even getting there. Of having somebody die on the lake and we can't get an ambulance service. We're gonna call whoever we can to help us with that service. It's just the situation we were in. It's
And I
just the way
think,
it is.
I think we have a benefit of having Eagle here today. First of all, Eagle provides a great service. But Eagle, and I don't want to speak for Eagle, they probably weren't prepared to respond to Discovery because you were never getting the phone calls. So letting you know in advance that, hey, you may have more of a burden as well.
So actually, we during the summer, just in the last month or so, we responded to the Discovery Bike Park. So it's not uncommon for us.
We were paging Phillipsburg on this side of the mountain.
Right.
Because it just made more sense. It's quicker to get there from this side of the mountain versus Anacon. Kind of. And we have the benefit of having Fred Yorkland here. Their crew's awesome. Whenever you call those guys, they're always there without fail. But they can't transport. Unless it's a real disaster, right, Brett? Something to that effect.
Yes. God's give us the word.
Yeah.
And if there's one other thing I can say about Eagle, they actually have paramedics. I don't even have paramedics in my ambulances. The level of service you get, sad to say, is better with Eagle or Powell. Both you guys are paramedically staffed. We're trying to get there, but I guess we're probably 5 years before we make that true conversion.
If you guys don't mind, I might, I'll give you guys a copy. Maybe this is something we can build on. Maybe it's only worthy of the trash. I don't know. Can you do a copy, Catherine? Man, if this is something that might get us going in a good direction, great. If it's not, that's okay too. But I thought it'd be good to have something in writing between us, and maybe we could. I kind of put the responsibilities of each agency. I mean, for Anaconda, we could say in a, massive disaster,
right?
You're available to respond, not necessarily at every little
Absolutely,
911
sure.
call, so I could probably
It'd be
change this
great
a
with
little
that
bit.
concept. We have MOU
Yeah.
set up with obviously still the prison with other counties and different things like
So-
that.
Are you guys are gonna try to use Eagle ambulance too?
Us,
Well, no, I put Eagle down representing Granite County, and maybe that was inappropriate. I just, we could have whatever we want put here, but right now, Eagle Ambulance is who's providing, emergency medical services to Granite County. So I put Catherine in there representing that, but this whole thing can be adapted or scrapped. Is just kind of me brainstorming, plagiarizing stuff I found on the internet, so we can. Absolutely, yeah.
So you're talking just like the mass casualty.
Well, I was not talking about that, but after hearing Bill, I might change their side of the agreement there. That only in a dire situation, they agree to, help out as needed in either of the other two counties. Whereas,
similar probably to our law enforcement, we've been doing 10 years back and forth, just.
Could we have something in the MOU that if Eagles transporting, which happens,
Mhm.
and there's an incident at the lake. It makes better sense to have, obviously Fred and his crew is gonna be there, we don't have anybody to transport.
Right.
If that situation arises, can it be in the MOU that we call Anacon?
that's up to Bill.
Okay,
You know, it doesn't happen a lot.
Can we kind of get it back to?
Sure.
What you're saying, Anaconda Deer Lodge is saying is that you no longer want to supply service to the other side of the lake due to financial hardship and manpower. Is that what
That'd
you're
be
saying?
Thursday.
Okay. So you're telling us, okay, we're not going to do this. So there's no sense in having a tri-county mutual. Or are you saying we'll do this for financial aid or what?
I don't know. Before we even get to there, my thought, to be quite honest with you, Commissioner, was it might be a better service for you guys and financially more viable for a private entity to handle it. Like two of the entities we have here. I'm the first to say they can probably do, well, I know they can do a better job. They have a higher level of medic on board. And financially, their constraints are way different than us operating as a government. So most likely, my hope is that they're able to fulfill your needs. And if they aren't, perhaps then we look for that backup plan. Okay, if that doesn't work, maybe we broach that area.
Well, my opinion is that when there's an emergency, like the sheriff said, he's got to get a hold of somebody. If you can't get a hold of Eagle, you can't get a hold of Powell. And you're saying, don't get a hold of us.
Right.
So that to me isn't very ethical
Okay.
as far as.
Who
being
would
an
we get a
ambulance
hold of to help
service.
us in Granite County if we needed the same aid, let's just say?
What's that?
Who would we, us as a local government, as you said, you have Anaconda to call for your help. Who would we have to call for our help?
Well, you call the sheriff's office.
You,
What do
you don't have an ambulance service to come. There's a private company, but you
Well,
actually.
we have two ambulance services, actually. We have one probably that we're going to unfund because they're pretty much dissolving themselves,
Right,
keeping it as a fund.
right.
And we have Drummond Ambulance who wants to stay up and running.
Right.
So, but if Eagle Ambulance can't get to the lake, then like the sheriff said, they're SOL because Anaconda Deer Lodge is not going to respond. So the sheriff won't even call.
As it stands right now, we're calling Powell County second Powell.
Okay, so you don't even call Anaconda Deer Lodge anymore.
Well, as it stands right now, yes. We're based on what these guys are wanting.
So Powell County is coming clear across the other side, up around to the lake, if we can't get someone from Granite County to get up to the lake.
And obviously, our goal is to have Granite County have sufficient ambulance service, take care of their own residents. That would obviously be the goal. And we talk about emergency situations, and it's really tough here because every time an ambulance responds, in someone's eyes, this is an emergency service. We all agree. However, if you have it like Discovery, I think we were 10 times last year. I don't really, it is the specific incident is an emergency, but the concept is not a unique emergency type scenario. It's one we can plan for. Ambulance services will be required at Discovery likely 10 times this year. So how is that planned? And
Looking at a scenario though, if you're getting called up to Discovery, 50% of those people probably come from Anaconda scheme. So
it's possible. And heck, I'm an Anaconda resident. I live in Peaburg too. So imagine me being here in Peaburg at my place here.
Yeah.
And I call and no, my own people can't come and help me. That's not possible.
I have a question for Bill.
Go ahead.
So you know, if we change this so that, you know, Eagle is the first on the run card to respond to Discovery, would you be okay in the situation? So right now you said you're responding 10 times a year.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're available, if we change the run card where they're the first app to respond there, could you be the second if they were unavailable? I mean, that might cut it from 10 to 1.
That would change. And at one time a year, that's more of an emergency exceptional service. I agree with you. Absolutely.
Because for
Those are
that
fine
patient,
lines.
yeah.
I don't know if you could ever put those in writing, as we all know. I don't know what that would look like. Also, if, gosh, the sheriff calls and says, hey, I got a shooting or, you know, we got a boat that capsized. We got 4 people down here. Hell yeah, everybody in the all 3 counties should join. Those are still the same concepts, and we're all for those kinds of situations. Same thing with the sheriff says, hey, we got someone running around the lake. Can you grab one of your cops real quick? He's got Sadler's direct contact. You guys work beautiful.
You've never heard of them. And
Well,
vice versa.
I guess, being,
Good.
yeah, we're,
The CEO brings up a good point. You have a private service. That is gonna be more viable. I believe he was saying if you get more runs for that service, which in turn provides a better service for our residences. He has a very valid point there. I still need to be, we're gonna call Powell County second down. Their director contacted me and said we'd be more than happy to take any excess calls you guys have. So at this point, I'm gonna talk to C-Shay. We've already talked and say, if you get a call up there, you better tell ski patrol to call my dispatch so we can get Eagle going towards the ski hill this winter. You know, if that's what you guys want to do, then so be it.
If Bill agrees, I think it would be most reasonable for Anaconda to pick up the second call at the ski slope at Discovery though. I mean, I'm happy to
Yeah.
come if we're needed, but
Dispatchers are pretty good that way about sorting out where.
wonderful. Okay, good. And that should greatly reduce this workload for you guys.
So Chuck was talking.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, we can also call Drummond. You know, if we have a problem. But ski resort.
With all due respect to Drummond, I'm not bashing on anybody. We had a crash, that's been months ago now. Eagle was out, we paged, nothing. There's nothing. I know there was two folks here, but we've called them on with the times that Eagle's been tied up and we have still have no services responding. I don't know if they were all tied up busy or what. Yeah.
Well, in regards to that same call, there actually has been, because I get every dispatch report, after every call. And there has been, and I'm not bashing Durham ambulance either, but just so that you know where we're coming from, we have requested Drummond as backup twice. And on record with dispatch, Frank has said, we're not available. You need to call us alive. So take that for what you will.
I actually don't even talk to them, they're dispatching right now.
So
But I think we're getting kind of off onto the other part, but yes, we can call them if they go, if not, we have to go through Deer Lodge, but. We're running out of time on this one, and I take it just that you're not gonna cross the line, so that's simple.
Pretty simple.
Hello?
Yeah, for the most part, sir, unless it's one of those extraordinary situations, then
Okay,
that is what we're trying to do, is trying to get our finances back in order. The least amount of runs we've run, believe it or not, the more efficient and financially viable we are.
Just so I can put this straight in my mind, mass casualty for us.
We're
There's
there.
3 people.
Sure, absolutely.
We're-
Anything questionable, if in default, make a phone call.
Because I gotta straighten out my dispatchers with all this too.
Sure, come down.
alrighty, well, on that note, I guess we'll move on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Dave.
All right. Good job, Brad.
Full day for me.
The fire restrictions, it's nothing's came up, I think we're still sitting in Buffalo Road.
No, it didn't dry, but you know, Forest Service.
We usually be afraid by what the DNRC goes by, and that guy from over there usually calls and says they're going to lunch or whatever. I guess they're adjourned for lunch.
Do you need to call for public comment on this? Okay. You drink lunch?
Yep, I'm saying this one's probably good to go for final plat.
Any comments?
We're excited to see it happen and get reported and move forward.
I'd entertain a motion on this.
Do you have a comment? What's the matter?
No, I guess we talked about it all last year.
Yeah.
Through the whole thing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got the road agreement with the neighbors. They got everything.
They got that.
Yep, they got that all done, so. They've met everything they needed to.
But the reason that it's taking so long, is it because they have to get things done or?
Yeah, they have, the state law gives you 3 years to get your stuff done, so they took a year. That's not.
The road agreement went back and forth with the Christiansens for a little while to fine tuning between the attorneys and stuff, so. That they're playing tennis with it, this comment, that comment type thing until we all came to an agreement.
Did you hear from them?
Yep, they signed the agreement and they got a copy, they asked for a copy of the final plat stuff and I did give it to them. And they didn't really have any comments.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the Chalk Creek subdivision final plat.
I will second it.
Any public comment? Means none, all in favor? Aye. Thank you and thank you.
I'm gonna get the plat for you guys to actually sign. And then, I don't know if all the other signatures are done, but if they are, you guys can file it, pay the fees.
Okay.
With them.
Do we have a stuff for the budget set out and ready to go?
I think so.
I got a call for that.
We start.
Well, not tell them for me, but I didn't know if she had it or not. I just was taking it out a little.
Okay,
I
so
got a wreck car.
on that note, when she said, well, we'll wait until it's budget. Nothing.
Got your cats.
There's the fancy.
I think a year old.
Something I have to send letters for and. Okay. I'll find one and I'll
Okay,
sit with you and we'll make sure it's the right one and I put all the right info in there.
okay.
So someone just come over here and I can go ahead and.
Yeah, I'm out for the rest of this week because my family's all up here, but I'll see you next week. Oh, that's right. We're gonna do that this weekend. You got a horse going?
No, I have. Names have pig.
I'm going to see you. It was many.
I hate them. They're so creepy. I had to get them out. This year. We have to go watch her shower and do a sale and then my son's in Clover Bud. He's in
More?
Clover Bud.
Should be one more.
So they all.
My art.
So we have to get in there and do those walkthroughs and
All that.
the whole shebang.
I like all the other animals, but and my kid likes pigs, but it's like you're on your own with pigs. It's too stinky.
I hate 'em. I hate 'em so much. My son, when does he get to take animals? It's next year, year after. But we have fun.
When they do these subdivisions and stuff, do they pay you or do they pay the county to do all this?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I thought they did, but.
Do they what?
Pay for this kind of stuff.
yeah, they pay all the fees and that stuff.
For doing this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see that.
Okay.
I watched, a movie about Jackie Gleason.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Jackie Gleason.
How sweet it is.
What was that buddy's name? What was his buddy's name?
Um,
Didn't have that skinny guy.
yeah, I'm trying to think. Art Carney?
Art.
Where'd you eat lunch at?
Oh, the old bus.
Should have went to the White Bus.
Well, I didn't know about that white bus. McKinsey told me to meet her at the Prospector bus. Well, I didn't even know about it. And I went to the yellow bus.
Regan and I are working it on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, I didn't, I went to the wrong place.
Um,
Busy, too.
Hard freaking work. 10-hour shift for maybe 50 cents an hour. Cooking. Regan and I are working that food van. And
Is it this for the school?
no,
Oh, so you called it.
it's, yeah, because he was a prospector.
What's his name?
Kenny Peterson.
Oh,
And then he made the van in memory of my daughter. So that was kind of sweet.
oh, cool.
So as in memory of Brenda Sue,
So which van is that?
it's on Winninghoff parking lot,
No.
Winninghoff parking lot.
The white, not the yellow one. I went to the yellow.
So the plot in
But not too bad. The windows that are open, it kind of gets a little bit of. I said, I didn't have a menu there if you want to look at it for tomorrow. No, Chris
I'm
won't
not
be
gonna
here.
up there.
You won't be here.
No, I gotta get back to work. I said I go to Missoula today, got a red car from the bridge, that head on out here, over down by Marletto's. Pretty good head on. Nobody got hurt, one had 8 passengers in it, the other had 2.
Oh, wow,
Little
where
dog
at?
got shook up, shit all over the car, but.
Where was it at? Where was it at?
It was out here down the Rock Creek about 4 miles.
Are we on?
After Stony Creek?
Yeah, right down when you go around past Clark's and down there, they met on that one corner there. When they were looking up at something, the others were tongue in cheek.
The one just past Clark's?
Mhm.
What
Nobody
was
went
right
there?
there?
Nobody went in the creek?
Is there a reason for us to say this?
No, I throw mine away. Cause anyway,
A lot of waste of paper.
yes,
I use the
I think we
cycle
could
some
just
of
give
it.
them one.
Well, especially that big thing for the subdivision, Plant Valley subdivision.
I usually get those.
Cause usually
back
we'll get a
here.
book on it now too,
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
and then that's all I just make.
What do
the
you
book.
do with the book?
I would keep it in case they got it, something goes wrong.
Is that
and show
before
that we have
final
proof.
plat?
Oh, okay.
Paper trail.
Keep the book.
Yeah, big trail.
I think-
Alrighty, we're 5 minutes early. We're gonna jump into this Verizon cell tower.
I don't have any updates, because I wasn't here last week, so I'm not really sure where you guys left off on it
Well,
last.
I heard it got hit by lightning. That's
I-
why we're having problems in the dispatch. Well, I haven't talked to them, but I heard this from a guy that was working out there, said it got hit by lightning and. It's kind of awesome.
Last I heard is, and I feel like maybe you went through this last week in your meeting, but that there's 2 radio receptors out. And that Verizon was gonna put in a trouble ticket to get those replaced, and we were waiting for a timeline on that. I haven't seen a timeline come through, but I know it was something that Jackie Bolster and Chris was kind of going back and forth with Christopher and FEMA on. And then I want to say they were wanting to follow up with someone up at Georgetown Lake. I saw some email to see how service was up there, and I feel like Blaine had reached out to Mickey Sanders, and they were still having issues with dropping calls, and that was the last I heard on any of that.
Well, the same thing happened last year, at the same towers, so.
Same time,
and
same time.
It's the influx of people.
Interesting.
Could be the aliens.
Yes.
Last year, they said it was all like. Use,
Yeah.
more tourists.
So then they need to bump up their broadband maybe.
But that's
Was she bringing the budget stuff in?
I think so. Is she gonna work with us or just leave?
I don't know, just said, and I didn't know what, I wasn't here last week for it,
Okay, well,
I called and talked, I could hear Chuck. And then all of a sudden, then I kept calling in and it kept throwing me out, but the first part of the meeting was perfect, you couldn't, it was. Massive way to hear, I heard it, you know, Elaine's always saying that this and that, I heard her ask who it was and it was. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
She wasn't here.
No, that's what I was telling her, that the thing worked good on the phone when I called in. But in the afternoon, then it wouldn't. Maybe it was that tower.
aliens.
Aliens, there's aliens in here.
So what we did last week was just look at the certified
What it's worth.
values and then the formulas.
What's it worth?
50 and something.
Oh, we know.
It only went up like $2, so it didn't go up.
Last year was 15,222.
And this year it's like 15. 2.4.
2.4.
Maybe, let's just go get them. I wonder if they're hearing okay with it being right here, do you think? Should be, okay.
Do what?
What's in there? Jumping on me with all this shit. So.
Oh, Jackie's hopping on right now. She might have an update. She's logging in.
Oh. Yeah. No, I meant country meeting. Oh, yeah.
She knows.
Who's logging in?
Jackie just logged in. Here, I'm gonna unmute her. She might know something on our Georgetown Lake thing. Do you want me to ask her?
So there's the.
Hello.
Hi, Jackie.
Hello. So, Chris Kerpa, he needs tickets from those that have called Verizon and put in, complaints, I guess, lack of better word. And
She's talking about that, Verizon, I didn't look at her. Go ahead, sorry, Jackie.
yeah, no worries. Yeah. So, we need those ticket numbers so that we can present those to Verizon through Chris Kerpa with FEMA. And we're waiting for replies back from like Mickey Sanders. We're trying to have him head up, him going around and getting that information. And that was on Friday, and we've not received anything back from them. So as soon as we get those ticket numbers and the days people called Verizon and complaining, we can send those to Chris. He was gonna go drive around the lake on Friday or Saturday and kind of see where the dead spots were and then where the cell tower was and getting reception from that cell tower. And I have not heard from Chris this week either, so.
Okay, well, thanks for the update, and we'll see, I guess we'll just kind of keep.
Yep, it's just, we're work in progress until we get further.
Okay, thank you, guys.
You bet. Bye.
All right, we can go into work session, it's a 4 minutes early.
The discussion is the meal is only up, it's not even up. It's practically the same. And with that, in the requests, the reserve she's got way low. Because for what they're asking for to fill that budget, the reserve is way low, which is not good. So we burping up taco. So the only thing that she had, where she had 3 extra meals, what she didn't, the meals needed to be put back into reserve. So I told her to put the meals in the county-wide or in the general fund.
How could you end up with 3?
And it went up to, well, because she gave everybody only 15% reserve. And at 15% reserve, when you're entitled to 30% and 15% to make it work is really tight, very, very tight, because your reserve should be better. So it's looking at what each fund is requesting and saying, hey, can we do that and keep the reserve that low? Does that make sense?
Yeah, probably won't work, huh?
So what she did is the 3 meals, put them into the general fund, which brought up the general fund to 17% reserve, which is still very low. And then giving them, but we knew this was gonna happen, giving them the 5% COLA. We said we're gonna have to cut outlay. And the only person that's requesting outlay in their budgets is the sheriff's department, and they want 2 cars.
2 cars.
2 cars, 'cause they didn't get one last year.
We were on that location thing, trying to keep them up because we got so far behind before and. Can you even get cars? Hell, everybody that's trying to special order a year out. That's what I've heard.
I've had one order for 4 or 5 minutes.
So I mean, really.
So did you want to start at the general fund? Looking at them?
Sure. Sure.
Anticipating revenue. And this is all up on the website. It's in the Click and Recorders. Whatever you call it.
Website?
And it's the reports. So total revenue that she's anticipating before taxes is like 1,122,358. And then these pages show just where she's getting some of the revenue, if you wanted to. Who's this here, Mike? So like on, she doesn't have the real property taxes. They never put that in as anticipation. That goes in after the certified values. But when you look at the revenue groups, there's interfundamental revenue, which we have the Forest Service and Taylor Grazing, and like there's crime control, state aid, there's alcohol rehab, liquor tax apportionment. And this is a 3,300 line item number for revenue. She has 247,736, and that's the first. Right here, you can kind of see that.
So it's good, okay.
She's looking at what was received and what she anticipated. She anticipated 238, 364 in this group of revenues and received 236, 570. So that was close. Yeah. On the charges for service. So what that revenue accounts are is like the county attorney salary share, clerk and recorder fees, election fees, treasurer's fees, and like the inmate's phone, there's revenue coming in for that, sheriff's fees revenue, board of prisoners, and then the city county contract with the sheriff's office and concealed weapon permits. And she has. But it looks like the sheriff's contract. He anticipated 133 and received 153,000 for whatever reason. So I don't know if you guys need to go through each line item.
No, I kind of looked through it and glanced at them.
So total,
More concealed weapon
Yeah.
permits and stuff like that. It just, yeah, I just.
and well, this revenue worksheets weren't on her website last year, and now they are, so it's showing the public just where our revenue is coming from. So with that revenue, she has the preliminary for the general fund. And okay. What she's got, she doesn't have actual on here. Oh, it's extended. Usually there's an actual line item in.
Why don't we? Are we changing the way we go through them? But remember how you brought them into the.
So I'm just going through the first thing and then go through. So we explained the revenue. And then there is the budget projection for the general fund. And then we'll start off with commissioners' salaries. And let's see. So on those pages that you're looking at now, it shows just some of the anticipated revenue that's coming in. So she's put those on the report so that you can see where the revenue is coming from. So that it's not too confusing. Like there's the sheriff contract with Drummond and Phillipsburg. Like with commissioner salaries. And not that commissioner budget. It just went up to 5% for salaries. She stayed the same on. Well, then we have the retirement. And she stayed the same on supplies, stayed the same on subscription and dues. If you look at the current budget and then the preliminary budget. The headings. So that budget is 142,945. Which is. She's got on the total budget. And there isn't anything extra added by the commissioner's office. So that looks good, you guys, doesn't it? Okay, it shows.
Was that okay on this one? If you want to go with the pencil number. Does it matter? You
You can just maybe initial it, that's fine, I would say. Oh, you want to look at this? Wait, what are you grinning about? Wait. So the next budget in the general fund is county attorney's budget. And on that budget, the only increase is to the salaries and benefits. He actually went up. He stayed the same. Stayed the same. There was an other supplies thing that there's no budget, he didn't budget for, I don't know what that was used for prior. He went up 1,000 on publishing subscription and dues, and he stayed the same on professional services. Travel stayed the same, which last year he expended 976, so I think 1,500 is fine with the cost of fuel going up. And special counsel, he stayed the same. So his budget comes to 230,587. And then you look at salaries. Did you look at the salaries thing? We're gonna give it to you.
No, I just put that back.
Well, that's commissioners. There's commissioners. Here's county attorney. Okay. So when you look at the total budget, is what you see with it. So the next one is justice of the peace. She supplies, she actually went down in supplies, went down in travel, and stayed the same in jury and witness fees. And then your benefits with COLA. So no super change in that. Onward, special counsel. Kept it the same, $10,000. Okay. Clerk and recorder. Is. There's no outlay. She went up. Other purchase services. By 1,000. I don't know if there's any explanation why. She kept. When she went up 9,000 for supplies. And then 9,000 for other purchase services. So there's probably some expenses that are gonna have to come out this year that. And I think that might be with her when she had all that stuff filmed, and scanned. Possibly.
You know what?
She had all her documents scanned. Remember when they were in the. So her budget is 264,800. Which that includes for salaries. Sarah, Becky and Billy and Sue.
Yep.
The auditor. He has increased his budget. Well, but this was a contract that was signed, a 3-year contract, and for fiscal 22-23, it's 21,800. For
36.
for Don Davies, and then for Canna, she kept it the same.
That came to 36,950.
$36,950. You are correct, Linda. The next budget is treasures. And looking at her budget, she looks like she increased her supplies by 2,000. Is all she did. Make hers 231,041. And she has Vicky, Teresa, Carol. In her salary budget.
Did we send Teresa a sympathy card?
Did we?
It wasn't here last week, so it's the page in there, yeah, I'll check to see if anyone did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. The next one is elections, and it is an election year, but yeah, she increased her supplies by 5,000. But she went down professional services. No, she went up 1,000 professional services.
Who's this?
Hey, election.
Oh. Take that, put it where it is.
Okay.
Next one in the general fund is county building. 300. Keep them. Have them in order. So, county building. The one question she had on the county building was the maintenance and repair. Whether or not we should keep the budget at 300,000.
Why wouldn't?
I think we should.
Why do who? Why she want to change it?
Well, she didn't know if we were going to bring it down. So
Why?
she just put a question on it. So.
No. That kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, check. So, next one is public administration, which is a budget of 1,000, kept at 1,000. And that kind of just stays, this is, Vicky kind of picks as the what, public administrator or whatever it is. He did that, I didn't do that. And superintendent of schools.
Went down,
Buildings kept the same.
went down. Went down,
She kept it the same. It went up a dollar.
well, it was 6,000, now this year's 5,700. Saying 5723, yeah. Saying 5723 for 22-23 and 21-22 is 6222. So there's an offset of $1,000 there somewhere. Right? Going by this,
Going by that.
and she's the one who gave us that.
Yes, she is. And you're saying it's what? 7?
5723, and she's got, last year 21-22 was 6222, and this year is 5723.
She's good.
You don't even match last year's. You're not paying attention. You didn't think I was, did you?
Okay. Come on, let me turn this on. So 4. Okay, ended up at 6223, so you need to maybe on her budget thing.
Well, be screwed up last year too. So as last year's messed up, should I ask her and see what's going on?
Yeah.
Because see, it goes back all the way, and it stayed at 6,000 since we started, and now it dropped to there, so I don't know.
So she needs to just put maybe a star next to it, next to it. Because you got it wrong on this, but it's correct on that. Having it up.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Wrong one.
Okay, now we're down to the sheriff's budget. Um, I think, did he say something about rewriting their job description and that they're getting more, the dispatchers, or what's going on?
I don't know. I thought he already, you would have to ask the clerk and recorder's office. I think they figured out their wages. I don't know what he did. If he moved them on the matrix or what he did.
See, they're on matrix, but they
Yeah.
were, yeah, different.
She's saying that she didn't know if they moved them.
Yeah, he didn't rewrite the job description, but I think he may have just changed where they were at. On the
Oh,
matrix.
okay, where they didn't increase their wage, just,
He may have increased their wage, but I don't think he changed their job description. I don't think he changed like from a grade to a grade. I think he just slid them up or down, or I don't know what he did. He would have to ask them. I had
so he put them up a step, is that what you're saying?
potentially, I have no idea. I had no part of it. I heard it in the background, so
I
I don't
think-
actually know.
We need discussion whether or not he needs 2 cars, whether or not he rotates every other year, and didn't get one last year.
I don't think he got one last year.
You didn't remember you
Yeah,
said
but
you
the
tried to
year
order.
before we
it,
bought
you
two, didn't we?
Huh?
Didn't we buy two before?
It's been 3 years ago now. Or 2 years ago.
I don't know.
We wrecked one, we bought it. And we bought another one. Same year. But that's might be just as you were.
I agree.
Hey, so was the last time you got a car? Yeah, no, I knew, but then the year before we got one or two. One, okay. Okay, 2020 is last year we got a car. Okay, we're just going over the budget here, looking at that.
So some of them went up a step.
Hey, I got a license plate.
They were all kind of reevaluated.
On a trailer. Yeah. I'll come over when I'm done here. Oh. It's a trailer sitting. Oh, just a second, I'll call you right back. Sorry, you think I got a car 2 years ago?
He
got
missed it
one.
last year.
Yeah, cause he couldn't get one, he said he really needed one.
He needs one. I think one. He missed last, you want to give him two?
Oh, he's saying he's asking for two, I'm just saying he thinks, he said he'd like to get one.
Well, I
He
think,
wants to,
yeah, because he didn't get one last year. When we discussed giving them their 5%, it was with knowing that our budgets were going to. We're gonna have to really look at them. Which he missed last year. And the rotation might be off a year, but I think one vehicle.
Well, it looks like that's all we can afford. That's about all we can afford, and he just said, well, he like definitely needs one. But I wish he'd come in and say that.
Well, when he came in, he wanted two. And when he came in, that's when he came in early and said he wanted two, and then he wanted to bump up the dispatcher salaries, which he went through and figured that some of them weren't getting paid because of certification that wasn't being made aware of, so we got all them up as of July 1 to the correct step where they should be. But with our reserve being so low, I think maybe he's gonna have to miss that year and we can do one vehicle.
Well, that's what he just said, is he definitely got one, he has to get rid of. So if we could do one, that's very good. We don't even know if he can get them, that's like
Yeah.
they doing last year, they couldn't get it, so I mean. If we budget for one, then it would happen.
I don't think we can give them two. We have to try to get that reserve
That's
up.
100,000.
Yeah.
You take 50 off its budget. I say one.
One, I agree. Okay, so I gotta quit saying okay, and I gotta quit saying so. So you're a motion. The salaries, I understand. Getting them the proper fair salary share for their certification. So
what do you say?
So what am I saying? Which is good, they started that, we already approved that. So what are you saying?
Yeah, go ahead. Annabelle.
Okay, the next department is the safety committee. And she's upping her supplies by $300, which she was at.
Who?
Isn't this Jackie?
Oh, Jackie.
Safety
Yeah,
committee.
yeah, okay.
Seems fair to me. So. I'm just laughing at myself.
Yes, how does Sue Wayne really help on the,
She assigns the trainings.
to what?
There's trainings that we assign
Oh.
through like Maker's Interface that she assigns out.
Okay.
Very random task.
Gun permits is self-explanatory. He uses the funds that he receives for the gun permits.
Okay.
Then there
Want to look at the
is
gun permit one?
the DUI task force. And again, this is, I think his salary, his budget is based on what he receives for whatever fees are charged. Care of prisoners kept it the same. Juvenile officer is kept the same. DES is the same, just the COLA increase. So on the sheriff's budget, what do you increase his fuel? He must have increased it.
The sheriff increases fuel?
Did he? Well, I was just wondering, because it didn't seem like he kept things the same.
Well, you're asking me on. The travel went up to 40, is that what you're talking?
Okay, so what was it?
30,
Okay, so I,
cause he went 110% through, plus like.
Yeah.
Some of that we don't have to say because the salaries and all that crap, but there was travel, was the price of $6 a gallon fuel. Just killing me.
Coroner stayed the same. Professional services or surveyor stayed the same. Burial and veterans stayed the same.
At $100?
No, burial events is 5,000.
Oh, okay, I like it.
The Board of Health is the one that's 100. So drug and alcohol increased by 4,000. Apparently, he feels that he's gonna get $4,000 more. Welfare. Big thing. So, and we've got a transfer out. Line item in the general fund, and that's the $7,000 that we put in our elevator fund. And that's the general fund. So one change is one car.
So I wrote that on his budget too,
Yeah.
and I texted him that we're on budget with one car. So he ain't telling them that he wants two, this way he knows that he don't, tell that deep.
That's a folder. That's the folder for the general fund. Got it inside out.
Put that outside. Gets ripped off.
That's the way it was. Okay, road,
Oh, do I?
road, take a look at road and see. Where it's still gonna need PILT money. And there's no reserve. Why? Because there's not enough money for reserve, I don't know, I guess there was no reserve last year, I don't remember.
Yeah, we put Phil down to it, didn't we?
But the reserve is what you save
So she's,
when you're balancing the budget,
why does she emphasize?
Yeah.
No reason.
yeah. So what that means with no reserve, that they could go in the hole. Negative, which, they didn't go negative this year, did they? I think they stayed.
The only one that I see is way over the principal. I don't understand them. 736. Look under that, principal 16. Cash. You saying we need 176,000 out of PILT? What went over so bad that we had that? Of course, our,
When you think about it, what did we put in from PILT last year, 500,000. From PILT, and this year all we need is 176,000, so we are
gaining.
We
Well, we
have-
can't do no millings either. That was a big deal. That's where we screwed up in those couple of years. But I don't understand I guess I don't get why there's no reserves for it at all. It's just because it's.
because everything that's in the budget has been requested for what the revenue and what cash is left over on us, like on this side of the budget, it shows the cash, and then we're anticipating 646,992, and our levy is 444,759. So it adds up, and that's the budget. You see there's no reserve. And you need reserve, but unless we put more PILT in for reserve.
Well, the 176 going in. You said needing that from Hill.
Yeah,
What part does it go into?
it just goes into the budget. It's not going anywhere.
Oh, okay.
So it goes into your anticipated,
Yeah.
it's sitting in there.
Okay. That's what it is. All right. So why would they budget a seasonal too when we don't have them?
Oh, what?
Seasonal temporary person, but we don't have one in this budget,
Well,
just in case.
weren't you saying something about someone had to have be out on medical leave for a while, or are they kept managing to cope in the road?
Yeah, the one guy's going on medical leave, or went on
Well,
back or something.
Oh, it's-
Well, he got his
Yeah, back
worked
surgery.
on, and then, yeah, but I mean.
But we didn't get anybody replacement.
No, we never did, nobody even applied, so then. We still got that budget for that.
If you want to line through that,
Well, it ain't that much, it's just, I was just curious why it was. Well, it is $8,600, that's quite a bit. But we haven't gotten it, we're only about for the end of our.
yeah,
his
so it's just,
time's off, so should we just mark that
I
off?
think probably
Or leave it just in case?
just leave it, just in case, what do you think?
$8,600
$8,600 isn't even, I mean, it's not that it wouldn't be a cushion, a little bit of a cushion. That we need, actually.
I was just curious.
What do you think?
Mark it off.
Mark it off? Okay,
But what?
Yeah, we ain't gonna find it. For the next one.
okay,
So do we have to make a motion or something to put that?
no,
Not, that, no, we'll. Don't have to do no motions on these until we finally come to the end where we're ready to do everything. Then we'll make.
and then you do them for the whole budget.
And we do it all one time. These are just work sessions. We can make the decisions and do it.
So we are putting the 176 in there. Okay.
Yeah, we have to.
Don't have.
To balance.
So we can just talk back it up. That's better than 500. Oh, those are good. Oh, those are good. You know, and then we spend it on shipping and plus we got extra money from Barca and that, did it show the 70,000 in there?
That was in there last year though.
Wasn't, last year was 60, so this year 70, so we did got more.
For gravel.
Just gravel, sand, and I think we can use, I looked it up one time, I think we can use actual money, like that tote stuff. Means it's going into gravel. Like mag, so we can use that instead of pulling it out of the other part. In the budget, we can actually use that in
So, one question. That I have, and I didn't think about it. Is. We have one of the employees, road crew. Their salaries is taken out of bridge. Why don't we take a portion of Paul's bridge and keep the road crew all together?
Well, I thought there was something. When we did this, Mike said,
I know we used to do that all the time, take an employee. But with Paul being road and bridge. His, a portion should be his instead of an employee. Do you see what I mean? For a paper trail.
I guess. I
But
never
it's just.
stopped.
It doesn't have to be, it's just a thought.
Okay, on that note, you were talking about that, and then like Johnny, when he retires. We're buzzing his wages, but it ain't gonna be that same wage, because if we get somebody who's time behind. So why are we buzzing Johnny's wages?
I think you'd have to, you can't guarantee he's gonna retire.
Oh.
I thought he was gonna work another year.
I heard you said September. See, that's a problem, that's.
Yeah.
When
Nobody's
he
going past
gets
that
old,
now.
when he comes, are we off? We go off
No.
for a second, because we're talking about.
An employee for
Personnel
closed
problem,
session.
yeah.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
That's what I'm- okay. Bridge. we're gonna keep the employee the same. Okay, so. There, she has a question, sticky note on there, if they should keep. Well, they're spending. Keep budgeting these line items this high. Okay, like in supplies for bridge, they have a budget of 35,000 and only expended 1,600.
I think that when we did some of that, it was because there's only in them lines, there's like, if you had to buy signs and that, you had to have that in there because you can't use it under gravel and was trying to do the Barson, so I think we better get it back.
And the same with repairs and maintenance. Okay,
I just sort of leave it as, we're already budgeted for it, I
Yeah.
know. If we start cutting it there and then there's, no, I just call it. We're good.
he didn't get it okay. Okay, weed. Weed.
What's that? I see, I know.
Weeds pretty much the same. And the one thing I think we probably made it clear to the department heads that no outlay, they're in aspirin. Get your raise, no outlay.
Well, you need one that's the same.
Same.
So,
Speaking of weeds, I don't forget anything about the weed guy for years, for all those years. Is he doing anything?
Oh,
Weed guy?
you spray it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see them all over. They did really good. No complaints this year. We've had some lawsuits against them before. Yeah, they did. They got a new guy running it and Jimmy Oley and somebody else. But yeah, they did really good. That's what I heard.
which they said,
I tried to give
That must be why I never heard anything, because they're doing good.
I tried to get them come spray my yard, but I waited too long.
okay, predatory animal looks like
Animals or animals?
predatory animal looks the same. 355 sheep.
Look, I mean, sheep for what's out there. There's
Who has 355 sheep?
one person has, I mean, all these others have, there's a. Bignells have like 600 or 800, Beavers have a couple hundred, and McGowan's have, or Prince's have 300-400. There's a lot of sheep out there. Jackie, or, yeah, there's just sheep everywhere.
Tri-County Fair,
That's a sweet.
keeping it the same 3,000.
I will be there.
How are we doing with board members for the Tri-County Fair?
We're good, we're full.
Are they working with?
Well, we don't
County?
get much to say because they take advantage of us, I feel.
Yeah. They did get us the bylaws and all that stuff though this fall. We got all the information, got it set up with our board members.
Okay, Phillipsburg Airport.
What they want.
Okay, so the capital outlay, they must have had. They had that 283 in the capital outlay. So it comes down to 35,000. She said there was what?
Why would it go from 198 to 35,000?
Street court. Where's your little letter? She always wrote a little letter. Saying sweet things. She's not increasing hers at all either. It's the COLA.
Carol, yeah, usually we get a letter. Never got nothing.
So with comp insurance, we had to up our cybersecurity, remember, by $10,000. So our comp went up 10,000. That's what Payne West told us. Okay, Peaburg Ambulance.
Zilch.
There is $13,590 in cash. And the anticipation is the entitlement. Yeah, so the state entitlement would just pop right into the general fund. I do believe. Okay, so now do we mention that we're not gonna levy?
Yep.
Okay,
Now, when we write on.
yeah,
that.
just,
This is the ambulance one. So this one is not heavy.
So-
Why we can't ever get a letter from them saying they resigned, if we're telling everybody, and we sent letters out, right, Billy?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Did you-
so on this,
I put no levy on it.
probably line through Peaburg Ambulance, no levy on Peaburg Ambulance. So it's still its own fund, we're just not levying. Okay, Drummond Ambulance.
I kind of caught that, but I was wondering what the levy there, if they were gonna get to use that, but they can't. It's a different district.
So
You know, how about we give them guys one more year if they don't do anything? Just,
what do you think, levy one more year?
Yeah,
Okay,
we kind of told them we would, but I'm definitely with you. I mean, we're holding up a program we could have to sell and.
Well,
Can
we
you go off for a second? We're back on.
So,
Hey,
we're back on. We're not levying Peaburg Ambulance, but we are gonna levy Drummond Ambulance one more year. So then there's the health department. County health. The public health.
no, you gave me one. Planning, county planning.
Did I give you county planning? How'd I do that?
You gave me county.
Drummond Ambulance.
Huh?
Do you have Drummond Ambulance?
We already passed that. You already said what you wanted
Okay,
to.
never mind. County,
After this, I'm done for the day. My head. is-
we're almost done.
No,
I-
no, we'll get through this folder.
Here's the thing, the levied ones are the most important. The levied ones are the concern to the taxpayer.
Yes.
The unlevied ones, except for solid waste, which is a fee. And the rest of it are grants and weed grants and I don't know, I think we need to talk about Flint Creek Project, which is unlevied. So we're almost done. How long are we gonna,
Well, plug along.
okay, we'll just slip through these really fast. Because county health is the same.
We're on county planning. That's what you're doing. You told me keep it
Yes.
over.
County planning,
Yeah, that's the same.
I'm on county planning, just like you are.
It's, the only one went up for, you know, that's just insurance. And. Bigger than that.
Okay.
Now,
County health. Sanitarian. Is 62,000 up from,
59.
Yeah.
What's the 3,000 increase, did you say?
it is. Oops, where'd it come? It doesn't.
So it's costing you 3.68.
Well, they're over budget. They're good. This print is coming.
They're 5-inch, no, we don't pay.
I imagine probably salaries, maybe. I don't, usually he turns in a long drawn budget, but it's not attached. You want to go ask Sarah?
I'm sure. I keep coming this way.
Getting my little doggy laugh. Getting for the bone. That's the one, senior citizens, extension services. And then PDRS. And group health. And permissive medical are all that's left. So probably. Three.
I wasted all that walking and interviewing.
She's not.
She said, we need to ask Chad.
Well, Chad's supposed to submit. Increases, he probably wants another car. Chad,
You got,
tell him no, no outlay.
you got a fancy Jeep, remember?
Do this. Do this. Okay, so. Phillipsburg and the P-burg senior citizens. And how many mills is split? put in.
You have that, okay.
Do I have that? Or do you have that? It's big long one.
You didn't need my number.
Here it is.
You too. Machine membrane be fried.
So they split a meal, so they just get a meal. So it's,
Cause remember they come in a couple years ago, wanted to get one the other, cause the drone was doing really good.
Yeah.
And they wanted them to go home, said no. So are they, either one, are they up to snuff now?
so. What I feel about senior citizens, if we can supplement what we can, but we can't support their budget and take away from another budget.
No. And that's when we said they had to shop a little different, and reach out a little different. How much money have they got for their new place?
They
They
got,
had to give them money before they could get there. We never hear no more.
And then- they don't divulge what is in their checking.
They did one time,
So we don't know, yeah.
and they said they didn't have. Okay. You got that folder for this one?
Did you need to look at those?
No, where's my-
Okay, extension services.
Hey. You got the folder?
What are you doing?
Oh, I thought you were done.
No,
Oh, you got a couple more.
I have. 4 more that are levied. Extensions high.
Okay, he doesn't think that it went up 3,000. He doesn't know why it would. So here's what happened. When he didn't have the sheet and I printed out a sheet for him, he's like, oh, I think it's like 60, and he wrote that down and put it in. What he is going to do is he is going to get his budget from Anaconda where he does it, and he's just gonna send that to me and we'll take 30% of that and put it on there. So, then we'll find out what it is.
And he should know better, shouldn't he?
Right.
How many years has he been doing this?
So anyway, and it should, I think that he'll probably have it today. I mean, it's not been a long time. Hopefully it's right on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
All
Our
right.
chief executive officer. What is that?
Extension. Extension. Mhm. Yeah,
So we'll look at the sanitarian and get what his budget, and it might not be the 62,000. Right, so that might
so where
change.
does the 3,000 go back in the general?
Yeah. Yeah, because he's countywide. So. The countywide budget is where you keep your reserve. So that would go back into the reserve,
Right on.
which is not even a quarter of a mil, but even so. Brings it up.
You do want to look at
Okay,
them?
employee,
Which one? Extension. Extension.
he's not like Dan. Hi, Dan.
Who's Dan?
The county agent man used to be,
Oh, yeah.
Don. or-
Dan.
He'd come in, I want a car, I want this, I want that. So I said, hi, Dan. Okay, just a second. Okay, this is PERS, this is the contributions that the county's portion pays for our employees' retirement.
I heard we're dropping this.
You did?
Are we going to?
No. Even if I don't reap the benefits? No.
I just didn't know. I never heard nobody say thank you ever. I got told thank you by one person for the COLA.
You did?
One person. Nice.
Was it a road member? Road guy?
It's me.
Was it Billy?
Kind of frustrating.
They deserve it.
Well, they do, but
Okay.
what's wrong with saying thank you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Not you. Oh, I got a headache.
Now we
Ibuprofen
have
over there.
group health. And if you understand group health, you'll understand the permissive medical.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Serious, this stuff ain't something to laugh at.
and you understand that. Don't you? The group health and the permissive medical.
He's counting his frogs.
Okay, so once upon a time. And the base year is 2000. Our contribution for employees' insurance was $261. Now it's $1,152 a month. And so this permissive levy is allowable by law to levy a balance of 24.78 mils to subsidize our insurance. Okay, that is the levied. I think the unlevied, pretty self-explanatory. They're mainly grants except for our Flint Creek project. And
Solid waste.
this, you have to look at this because she's got, well, Allied Engineering, we're gonna have to pay those guys 40,000. And then she's got
Who's
line
Allied?
items for Great West, Dowell.
Who's
And-
Allied Engineer? Isn't that now?
Is it? Is it?
That was
Allied
an Allied
Engineering?
Engineering.
Huh?
I don't know, I'm thinking, Allied,
I don't remember.
that's not
Allied
calling
Engineering.
anyone.
I know
They're the
that-
guys we're getting to do the,
Oh, right, damn.
Expert witness.
no,
Nope,
not
we
the
haven't
original.
hired somebody
No.
for that yet. That's gonna be expensive though.
No, the professional,
The expert
the
witness.
expert witness.
I don't know if that, oh yeah, that would go out of that one.
So I'm thinking that she doesn't have this balance because if you look at the total. Does she have any totals? Let's get her in here. No,
Isn't that our job to do this?
I think we're gonna have to put some more help in it.
So Jeremiah is reaching out to HRDA about our PGA analysis. It's due in December. There are ones last year. You quoted us 68,000 to do it. It's due in December.
This top one, it's pretty, this one's for the. This is just for the dam timber.
Right, it's for the whole thing, and this
But
is
yeah, it is.
professional services. And
Nothing's
this is,
filled out.
and I know, should I get her?
So
That's what-
how much money do
She
we
probably
have in
needs to, how much are we gonna need? I think,
You never filled it out. It's a freaking-
Wonderful. For more money.
We did, and I said, I did more last time. We just. We can't
We
keep-
put $200,000 of the people's money in.
Then you guys put 100 grand last year and
Yeah,
it carried
we
back.
put 100,000 in
We can't keep
before that.
until we can get this coach, and I guess we can't quit licking or just keep beating around. We're gonna go to court, let's go to court.
When does that go to court or?
Well, we got, I don't know if that asked Blaine, but he ain't coming back down with that.
I think we have to make a statement. This is, it's over. And like you say, if we like go to court, or if you don't, but we can't just keep doing this.
Why don't they just keep go on, now where we just keep giving them? You know, that's what's happened the last 2 years, everybody's worried about going to court.
And if we do this, then we get to the senators and the Congress and everything, and they're gonna look at that and say, hey, look at this hydro project, it's going bust. You know, maybe they'll help us out. I mean, if they want it, but there's no reason in the world why the people of this county, like I said before, should be subsidizing the power grid.
You know, I won't vote for it. The only reason that we voted mainly last time to pay that Bozeman crew that did the work. That was the only reason that we went for it, because we didn't have money.
In my grandfather's words, I think. That's what he would have said.
Yeah, and that's.
I know
why
that's
what
you
I-
guys had
Blow it
me,
That's exactly what my granddad would have said.
Okay, so like sometimes during the years you guys have, I don't know, hire Dowell like last year. I don't think we did anything with Dowell last year, but we had some kind of project that was.
We had leftover fees from the Part 12D
Mhm.
inspection that we had to pay because it got submitted in
So,
December.
and then a lot of times there's Great West in there, so, but I hadn't seen anything, I didn't know of anything, so that's why I left those lines. This is from last year.
So I guess probably what I would do is look up Great West and what we paid them last year and go with the same, do you think? Or is there gonna be more expenses?
Right, I mean,
don't
if you
think
have a
we need that
different-
if we- I don't think we dare go do that, because we've completed all that stuff. I mean, we spent a lot of money last year doing stuff.
Yeah.
And if we budget that way, then that's where it's gonna come back. We're gonna have to go to Phil. I'm not going to Phil, but Twin Creek High Road.
So totaling what?
Totally wet.
Yeah, we need some kind of a total and what we're gonna need for Great West and.
Okay, well, I can do, so you don't know of any contract or any big projects that you're doing that are coming from Dell or any,
We got
The PJ analysis is gonna come up and I would estimate it at 75,000.
and then we got a earthquake thing.
That is.
the size,
thing.
that seismic thing, yeah, that I had that listed in there, how much that was gonna be.
It's
I
not.
had a question, I know, I don't know these things, that's why I leave it
No, I
there
get
to
that,
find
but-
out, so that I can put them in.
Great West, as far as task orders, I think should be less than last year, because I don't think we have a lot of task orders that we should need this year. 'Cause last year we had the functional. Like a lot of that stuff, I think was all last year. I think we should have a little bit less this year. Are having them serve as an expert witness for that Rising Sun case. So
But
there
that's,
might
I've
be
got
something
that
there.
budgeted in the commission, I believe,
Okay.
and it was like upwards of
Oh, yeah.
could be 30,000 or something, it was in the commission.
So that thing that we did down at the school, we won't have to for what?
Is it 5 years?
5 years, yeah.
5 years.
Was that Frank Creek deal or was that?
That was
DES?
Flint Creek, but parts of that, like the food and stuff like that, we could pay for out of FET. So we paid for that out of FET
Yeah.
because it's all emergency preparedness. So we pulled what we could from other budgets. to pick it up.
So back to this, and what are we gonna put in here?
So who does the seismic thing, or is
We
that
have to
something
hire
that
somebody, we cut it out.
is
for
Great,
RFP.
is Great West kind of watching over that and?
They're not qualified to do it, they're helping us hire.
Right, but
somebody
are
to
they
do it.
helping you hire somebody and they're the ones that are, so they might know,
Nobody wants to do it, so.
right?
We gotta re-advertise it. And
Yeah.
I put $80,000. in
Okay,
there.
that's what I need to know. So, okay, and so and you don't know of anything, so, and I'll just kind of look at Great West from last year or go down a little bit
I
from
go
whatever.
down just not a little bit. I wouldn't go too much because I don't know what else.
I think we just,
I
okay,
don't know what else.
Yes, they always come up with something.
right, and we have them at 30,000 from last year, so do you want me to just put 30 or
Yeah.
20 or
Yeah.
something?
I
And then
Sounds
80
good.
for the seismic one,
Yeah.
you have, you're done with Dowell,
That puts,
Yeah,
us-
Dow should be. done.
accurate?
so that puts us at 110, plus we have, I thought there was something else that there was coming.
We had
There's
some,
this allied engineering thing that's 40. So, okay, I will go put those
Okay,
in that.
one question
together for you.
on,
Mhm.
solid waste is you have your revenue side and then you have your expenditure side. So the revenue.
Right, what do you want to do?
Would
Yeah,
put the
there's-
rest, it would reserve it too, because.
Okay, I
it's
didn't
a
know whether
tax,
you
Yeah,
could reserve.
you can
on that.
reserve, it is a fee, but there's still people, it's sitting on their tax bills.
Mhm.
And if they don't pay their taxes, they're not gonna get.
Okay,
it.
so
So,
we'll just,
okay, so.
Yep.
Solid waste looks good.
okay, I will get these numbers for you.
I wasn't saying that it wasn't
Hmm.
You know, she was like, well, no, that's you guys said, I wasn't saying. that. I
Oh, no.
just said we had to figure out what we need, I wasn't saying she didn't.
Oh, no, she didn't take that. I'm sure.
He's feeling it, no, you don't hear now. He's-
Uh, Gas tax is grants coming in and
So,
you're gonna use. We've got 32,000 in cash. We're anticipating 56,303 for regular gas tax. The Barca is 70,988. We have to match what, 3550? Is that for the Barca?
Sounds right.
Or what? Do we have to put 3550 in there from somewhere?
you shouldn't. Why, I guess I would.
I'm just looking at the revenue side of it on the left-hand side bottom. Her little pencil scratchings.
Okay, so there's cash 32 grand in there and anticipated 56,000. Marcia 70, what's the question mark by it? Match 3,500. Why do we have to match Barca?
Like, does it maybe say in there?
I didn't think. I had it.
First time for them.
Yeah, I didn't know we ever had that. And then. Field tax, it says in Barca back on here. And then match, it says 383,000, 383,000. Match 3550, and then there's another 3550 here, and I don't. Is there a project in mind? Well, we got gravel roads, we're using Barca money on, just if we need sand and that. It's not really a project, it's just maintenance. So you wouldn't want to put it as a project line. Maintenance.
Does that count?
Yeah.
So there is matching fund. It says a local government must match each $20 requested for distribution with at least $1 of local government budgeted matching funds. The local government must identify the source of the budgeted matching funds, which may not be from the motor fuel tax allocation.
Okay, so we're gonna match it, so let's just,
Budget that 35.
budget 35 in there, match it, and
I don't ever remember half of them.
probably something new.
I don't know.
So where we taking
Where
the
are we?
3,500?
Huh? Well, that's the thing, it'd have to come out of road, because it's going into the, if it's.
So-
Section of, Barca money, that's gravel, so it'd have to come out of, road. So then there's something else on the. Road distance, roll that budget's kind of.
Well, we're gonna have 32, 56, and 70. Well, 3,500 from something else.
Well, yeah,
For 70.
What, I guess I don't see what. Is
We
there
can take
a
that
project in mind, or should Barca be budgeted in bridge, or?
that's what I just said, bridge. Good idea.
No, we're not sure. Because Barca can only be used on gravel, but we don't have no projects. We're waiting, the only projects we talked about was maybe fixing some bridges, but that's only if we could get that other money.
That other money, yeah. But we can always gravel Millport, put down the.
So the match comes out of bridge. You want to take it out of bridge? So maybe go ahead and take out of bridge. And she'll have to fix the bridge. But I mean, there's the line item there, there's plenty in bridge where she thought maybe to lower that amount, so we're fine, she didn't even have to.
Okay.
Okay, so the rest of these accounts are grants. And weed grants and then we have our PILT. So the PILT fund is, she has down here
What is? Take $20 into 70,000, do you have a calculator? Okay, 70,988.96. Divided by 20.
7,000 what? Oh, go ahead.
3,549.44.
That's what it is. That's new, this is, we just said beginning March first, that's what I did.
So we have to make a match on that?
Now this year we do the fact that it's never before, but it's just saying beginning March first, we have to now this year. So,
And we'll just do out of bridge, and you put it on the budget to pay the match
On Barca.
with the
Barca?
out of bridge.
Oh, okay. You want to do it out of Bridge to Stamp Road,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, Bridge has got a good budget for supplies
Yeah.
and stuff.
Okay. Okay, so with the 150, adding those things, if that's accurate, those numbers. So then there's the cash, 65, and anticipated of 62.
Okay, so we
So we
need,
need 91. Yeah, and you've got, I did check that, but that's all there is. There's 55,000 in the capital project. Or 56 almost.
there's 55,000, yeah.
Mhm.
I think we need to take 55,000 out of the capital project, we're not saving for anything. Don't you? Put it back into the capital, into the Point Creek project. So, and then that gives only like 40,000 from Pilt. To balance.
I'm gonna vote for it.
so you're saying we have to take 40 out just to survive through that deal?
So it's still taxpayer money, whether they take it from Pelt or the other place. Right, I mean. You know, I'm making a stand.
You just can't keep taking on the bill to pay work or Point Creek project. The only reason I voted for that guy because he paid the people out of Bozeman because they did the job. That's the only reason I voted for it last time. That was 2 years ago.
So you're looking, the only thing is you're looking at things that we have to do. We have to.
See, that's what they don't understand is they just don't ever end.
Yeah, it never ends.
And
You
that's
know,
what we keep telling. I think we just say right straight out, we're done. Let's just hold it, freeze it, and let's go to court.
And we don't even know if the earthquake thing's gonna go through, because nobody will do it. Nobody wants to do it.
Yeah, HDRA.
So I mean, do we really need that money? I mean,
Can you do, if you have to do it, can you just do a budget amendment later to put the money in there if you have to?
We're anticipating.
Uh-huh.
You're still robbing from people.
Right, but I mean, that'd be only if you had, absolutely had to do it and needed the. And then if you don't do it, then your budget's fine. I don't know if that's something that's,
Okay, so what I understand is we have to do it. They're giving us time. And saying, okay, we'll give you this time, but you have to do it. We have to do it, guys. Unfortunately,
But we just keep robbing the Peter to pay Paul, and I just can't.
we can't do that. It's got to stop. We just cannot be spending the people's money on that dam. I mean, they pay their power bills, they're already paying for it. You know, I mean, for the grid. No. Let the headline say we refuse to vote.
well, I feel we have to, because I feel we're obligated and we've got a government agency that can come on us and we can get in.
Well, maybe that, not arguing with you, I understand what you're saying, but maybe that's the one that will finally say, okay, what are you guys gonna really do? And then we'll look at our attorney and say, this is it, we're done. I mean, it's a big thing, but holy cow, we just keep. And everybody's sitting back and just laughing, oh, hell, they'll pay it. And they have to. Yeah, you have to, but when do you just say, what if we don't? I mean, what are they gonna do to us? I guess that's a question for Blaine, but really Blaine, we should just say, Blaine, we're done, we can't. All right, that's my opinion. It's gonna break us.
So what, just budget the cash and the anticipated and
And when we have a court order comes that we have to pay, I guess then we'll have to allow Peter to pay Paul, but for right now.
Don't you want me to?
throw the capital
Yeah,
project
that's-
into it
And then just go with
and then just go
whichever.
from there.
Okay, I can do that.
So definitely Allied Engineering
Yeah, we have to have.
and I guess Great West, we need to look.
Right, so it'll just be whatever the
Correct.
balance is,
Yeah.
left over, we'll just put that
Yeah.
into the professional services and.
Yeah,
Just can't take.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
throw the capital
So-
project back in from
Mhm.
the 55,000.
I understand what you're saying. but
Yeah,
you
no.
know, I guess you think I'm with Chuck.
Okay, so do you have the
Take it
capital
down.
project one? in
I
there?
guess-
I'll need to fix that one too. Yeah. Last one, almost.
No, is it 4,000?
Yeah.
Is it 4,000?
Almost. So you want me to do that? and then-
So,
And then I'll rework that
Creek
one.
project. Okay, yeah, well, we're good, yeah.
Okay. I'll go with
Got
that.
that.
And then I'll bring these back to you. Okay.
Okay, so while you're here still, we're not gonna do anything out of Flint Creek project for Pilt. And we're due compensated absences, which is
Mhm.
18,876. And TV contributions, how do we look in TV contributions, or do we still have plenty?
I think we have like 20 and one, Charlie just went up, he's doing getting the PBS right now. Moved over, he had to go do something at Drummond and
So we're saying.
There.
we don't-
we've got like probably 20 in one of them and maybe 3 in the other. So, and we paid for all of the stuff all of the equipment to do, it's just the time. And this year it's just the time.
Let's just stay that route.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to lose it either. 'cause
So if we don't, you don't feel that we need.
I don't think so, because we're not buying any equipment. He purchased all of the equipment to
Okay.
move the PBS
Okay.
stuff last
So-
year. And
One thing that I would like to suggest, if I may, I know when we thought we had some extra meals, I was talking about, and it was in the minutes where I was talking about the park fund. And, we can't levy the park fund. Like, we could, but we don't want to, because we don't have the meals to do it. But what I was thinking is maybe can we put some money from Pilt into our park fund and this is a social thing. This is something that, like with our TV districts, this is a public thing. And so it would split between Drummond and Peaburg to start, maybe visit with the Rotary or visit with the town of Peaburg and Drummond. Because that playground equipment is old and decrepit and it's been there 30 years
What
and
did they
they're,
do with the last money they took?
Hmm?
What did they do with the last money they took?
I don't know.
See, and that's the thing, the mayor come up and got hers for down there, but we never heard what they.
See, there is
I
12,
mean, that's theirs to do whatever, but it's kind of nice to know, really, what did that money, what did it do to improve the? park?
actually, we had 3 line items. One was Peaburg, one was Drummond, and one was county. And so we still have 12,000 that's sitting in the county line item that's been there forever.
We said we'd hold. it.
So we're holding that. Well, I'm just suggesting maybe we can put it out there to get the Rotary or somebody involved too on updating that playground. It's and doing something with that playground area. It's sticker bushes and no shade and the playground equipment is ready to fall apart. It's just something that we do. It would be a
And that's
social
what
thing
city
that,
owns that?
Hmm?
Who owns it? The playground.
City.
City? And this money come from subdivision stuff, right?
what we-
The money that comes into this line thing?
no, in the
That's,
park fund,
yeah.
no, there was, the park fund was levied at one point. And it has, and there's still, it's a countywide fund, but it's not levied, and so there's 12,000 in it now just sitting there.
I guess
So if we get Phillipsburg something, we can have good drumming.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the same as we did on that Pilton. We gave, when they come for that other one, we gave them and then it just went on. And you seen all the come, we want this, we want that. And we've had yet, nobody come back and really tell us what they spent the money for or how and how's it.
So I'm thinking possibly look at it and say. Talk with the Rotary or somebody and say, hey, these kids need a playground and what they have is. Decrepit and defunct and we
Maybe
do have,
talk to the city and see why they don't want to fix it up. Maybe there's something there that they can't do. Too, you know, I
Yeah.
don't know, liability more on these little parks. You put in that special playground crap and. Handicap accessible and all that, so maybe it's just so expensive, that's why it's probably not getting done. I'm not against it, but I guess it seems like. Some of these entities might need to help themselves. I don't mind helping, but you know, it just seems like, boy, when there's an extra dime, they just walk in here. Boy, we need help on Quincy more than everything.
so with that,
Kind of, ooh, well,
Karen. This can open it.
There's nobody on.
But we have to figure out. When we're gonna put the notice in the paper.
do we have to do it a week, right? Now, we did this, once she brings that in, we've done these, they're okay, we can say next week, we're gonna make the.
Well, I think you have to set it at a certain time. It's gotta be within. Like last year, the board set Wednesday, September 8th from 11 to 12. And then on Thursday, September 9th from 10 to 12. In their office in the courthouse for the purpose of conducting public hearing on the budget. And that is where we sit here and
Wait for somebody to come.
wait for somebody to go through the budget. I think today we've gone through every department and all the levied and the general fund and the countywide funds.
But we can put it on the desk and that's who now that we've gone through, it, we'll put it out to the public, they can come look. And they can actually come in and public comment.
Yeah.
Too,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that what we
Yeah.
figured out?
Yeah.
Remember that? I just.
Yeah.
So when are you on this?
So we'll just have to be a day ahead from last year. What was last year, September, what?
I think you guys did it.
A Wednesday it was last, so this year would be a Wednesday, the 14th, and
So the budget
And you set it on a Thursday.
Thursday, September 8th. To be adopted. So Wednesday. September 7th. It'll be Wednesday. September 7th, and I'll give you.
can I ask you this, why can't the person do it on the day that we're here at commissioners? Why,
Right.
like on the 6th? We're here working anyway, why we could put time on there as long as we're here saving.
You do it on.
What?
You did it on.
So we're discussing the notice. Why do we have? There's a set time to adopt it, correct?
Why can't
Use
we do
this-
it on a Tuesday?
Yeah, you can do it. It just has to be done by Thursday, September 8th.
So we can do it Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Except
It's just that was historical. That's just what has been done in the past, and I just printed out what we did last year.
So
you guys-
if we have a work session on our August 30th and September 6th, that'd give us our 2 days before the 8th. That'd give us time before the 8th, where it has to be noted.
So you want me to only do your meeting?
I'm
until-
just talking to these, I don't know yet,
Okay.
just see.
So and I probably have to have this in the paper twice before that time. So what day are you talking about?
Well, we're already at the 16th.
Yeah.
so,
I mean, as long as I can get it, I think I'd have to
Well, if we put it in next
get
week,
next week.
yeah, and then the next week could be.
Yeah. So if I get it in by the end of this week, they'll have it in the paper.
So I
next
guess what what you would do is the board has set August 30th from such and such time, and then again on September 6th at such and such time,
Yeah,
and adopt it on September 6th.
Yeah.
Is that?
If,
we
Okay.
did that before like that last year. We
I
did.
don't. remember that.
I don't, whatever you guys want to do, as long as I can get in the paper.
Regular meetings only go till noon on those days, and anything else I'll roll forward. And then you'll have your afternoons for your budget hearing if you want those days. That work?
So if we can do that on 2 separate days that were in session, I
Yeah.
guess, yeah.
And then we leave it out to the public on the desk in there too. You know what's
Yeah,
up.
and it's up on the,
Yeah,
it's up on the website too.
That way
yeah, it
we'll
is right
cover-
now on the website, it's
Mhm.
there.
so
Yeah.
we'll
So
Cover
we'll
that.
tweak it and then put it
Right.
on, yeah.
So really, we
Um,
didn't have more than half of it, that's what we want.
Yeah.
I'm getting on that.
Okay.
So before I finish up with the Flint Creek project one, so the wages that we have for in there are like 5 times what he ever uses, the hours.
Oh,
Brandon,
Brandon, but he didn't, this year, he'll probably use them hours, cause he did not know that he could go and do other stuff.
oh, okay, so we'll leave that, okay,
I
I
would
just,
leave it in, cause we asked him to do more.
Yeah.
okay,
So.
all right, I thought I'd bring
Yeah.
that up to your
No, I-
attention if you,
So
because
his
that'd be
time
a few
card,
more.
has it increased at all? His time card, do you notice?
Just looking at the hours that
Yeah.
I was looking at,
Okay.
doesn't look,
I
I
think
mean,
it-
all of a sudden, it looks like he's there 2,000 hours a year. I was like, what is going on? It's because the mileage gets added into the hours for the total.
But we got classes and stuff.
But the money wasn't, it's like you get paid $1 an hour or something. It's like, what?
Yeah,
I
we
figured
got-
out what that is.
we
I'll go
got
finish
to
this.
do more, go to more class, so we're gonna see. He didn't know what we were really. you know, voting what to.
So here's the revenue for the general fund. You can put where you're supposed to. Yeah. And
Scary. That's one good thing
Yeah.
that drives me, it's completely.
that concludes our work session, Chairman, so
Are you
I'm
ready?
taking a motion adjourned. Good
don't we have
job.
to open this for public comment?
So, public comment, I thought we did, right?
I think you mentioned it. There's nobody on here.
Oh,
Nobody does.
All in favor?
No.
okay,
Aye.
I
That was good.